What I like to do is introduce some of the basic ideas of Dzogchen and put it in the context of the various different systems in Tibetan Buddhism, looking at it particularly in terms of the view, the way in which the world is understood, our place in the world is understood, the kinds of meditation that we do, and the kind of way of being in the world which arises if one attempts to live in harmony with that view. So, in the Nyingmapa tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, which has evolved from the original teachings of Padmasambhava, there are elaborated 9 main styles of practice, and these can be practiced in harmony. They are very different, and they deal with different aspects of the human condition. On one level, they can be seen as a bit contradictory, a bit in opposition, but on another level, they can be harmonized. And people are drawn towards certain views or approaches according to their own character. But since our own character is usually fairly inconsistent, we find that different bits of ourselves get benefit from different aspects at different times. So maybe just start with a little bit of quiet sitting, just calming the mind. The mind is never calm, so it's a bit daft to do this kind of practice. The mind is never without some kind of movement in it. So it's a gesture in the direction of calming the mind, just putting up a few traffic signs. And we can do this in various ways. Usually, as I'm sure many of you know, we can focus on the breath. The clear idea is to have a stable object, which becomes the intentional focus of the mind. And whenever we find that our attention goes off to something else, we bring it back to that intentional focus. It's in the nature of how we are that we're always intending something. But what we intend is often hidden to us. It's a subconscious or an unconscious intention, or in Buddhist terms, a karmic intention. We find ourselves veering in a particular direction, taken up or fascinated by something without even knowing that we are until we're halfway into it. And the purpose of a calming meditation, of shine, is through the power of intentional focusing to be able to hold back on what appears to be the distractive pool of interesting ideas. Because very often it appears that the object is grabbing the subject, that the thing that presents itself demands our attention. And that's the nature of consciousness. When ordinary consciousness manifests, it always exists in relation to something else. And it arises in a sort of co-emergent way. It arises together with the object. So, if we are walking down the street, our senses are responding to the various shapes and sounds. We're rapidly processing what looks dangerous and what doesn't look dangerous. And inside that, things will arise as important for us or not. We will maybe space out on something, go off into a daydream or make certain associations to it. And then that will vanish and something else will take its place. So we tend to be in a quite non-linear, more kind of fragmented, partial, disrupted relationship all the time. The mind is jumping about. And we don't recognize that. And luckily, our automatic pilot is more stable than our conscious self, so we don't crash into things too much. If our survival was dependent on our thoughtful intentionality, we'd all be dead. So somebody's taking care of us. Now, these movements of the mind are very difficult to control. And there's a real question as to whether they need to be controlled or not, which opens up the whole notion of different Buddhist views. But for our purposes just now, just to do a bit of practice, take an intentional focus. So the normal style of doing this is keeping the spine straight, chin slightly tilted down, tongue turned to rest on the hard upper palate, shoulders open, relaxed. You want the skeleton to be carrying your weight so that you have minimal muscular tension, so that the diaphragm can relax a bit and the breath can go in and out easily from the belly. And because the chin's slightly tilted down, you tend to be looking at a distance, about an arm, 2.5 arms onto the ground. So you can look at a sight in front of you. For some people, having a visual focus is better. In the tradition, we use particular things to look at, sometimes a plain pebble as a neutral object, sometimes a painted coloured disc, sometimes a statue of the Buddha, sometimes a symbol of a concept like a white R. So you can use a symbolic hook to hold the attention, or an abstract hook, a conceptual hook, or just a simple aesthetic hook. And it's very useful to experiment with different kinds of objects for the attention. And you may find that in different moods, a different kind of hook will help you to hold your attention more. And certainly from the point of view of Dzogchen, all practices are relationships. That is to say, we are part of the practice. It's not something that you stick onto yourself and that you succumb to or surrender to. It's something which you make use of because it is a method. And the method will, of necessity, be adapted to your own existence and your state. Therefore, if you don't take your own state into account, if you imagine that somehow there is a right way to do it, you annihilate yourself in the very process of trying to understand yourself, which doesn't make much sense. This is not an induction into the army. You don't have to break your spirit and submit to nonsense instructions from a sergeant major. What we have to do is to find our own way into the perplexing questions of our embodied existence. What does it mean to be me? What does it mean for me to meditate? So it's helpful to learn how to do a method, as it were, correctly, because there's a particular rationale in why the methods are described the way they are. But nonetheless, we will inhabit that method in our own particular way. And this is, raises all sorts of questions about group practice. Because when you practice in a group, in order to have some harmony and not having people go off in different directions at different times, particularly if you're ringing a bell, it does have to be choreographed. But the choreography of the group and the expression of the individual are often at odds with each other. And the more formal the structure, the more role and task are prescribed by a structure, especially a patriarchal, hierarchical structure, the more the individual is going to be encouraged to believe that you will find yourself through obeying orders. I think it's a good idea to keep that kind of approach well out of Buddhism. It didn't do many of the traditional cultures many favors. Any kind of hierarchical, patriarchal structure is going to put the squeeze on someone, usually on women, and usually on children as well. Monastic structures can be very harsh if you don't have protectors. And we live in a culture which is not very easily integrated into the structures of monastic discipline. And yet a lot of Buddhism, as it's presented, is in the mode of what would happen in a monastery. So it's very important to find a way of bringing oneself into the practice. If you privilege yourself too much, you can end up with a sort of pick and mix approach. I'm me and I like that and I don't like that, so I'll just customize it to suit me. That way lies, I think, a self-deception. But if you go to the other extreme and you think, no, well, there's a proper way of doing it, I've been instructed, so I will do it that way, come hell or high water, that way you do a violence to yourself. So Buddhism is always about the middle way of including yourself in a healthy reflective relationship with the method so that the method comes alive and you come alive through having a lively relationship with the lineage tradition. So again, sitting, well supported by our vertebrae, and letting the mind focus on the breath going in and out or some external object. And whenever your attention wanders off, you just very gently bring it back to the object. There's nothing to blame yourself for if you get distracted. It doesn't matter how crazy or weird the thoughts are that might take your fancy, because they are irrelevant. Where you've been doesn't matter, it's simply coming back. So returning to the intentional focus. And we'll do that for about 20 minutes. There are many reasons that people have for taking on ideas which are not the ones that they grew up with, which are not from their own culture. I mean, for myself, I have been involved in Tibetan Buddhism for over 30 years and have studied it in all sorts of ways with various Tibetan teachers and through texts and through doing a lot of practice myself. And I find it very helpful in my life, and I find it helps me to understand the world in a way that I didn't do from what I had been studying before. Originally I had studied social anthropology. And now I work as a psychotherapist, mainly in the NHS. And I find that the practice of meditation within the particular view or understanding of how the world functions that I find in Buddhism enormously helpful for seeing why people have lots of difficulties. I find it, in fact, much more helpful than the Western theories of psychotherapy that I am also involved in. So that's one of the reasons why I'm happy to come and talk about these things, because I think they are actually very practical and very useful. I don't see the purpose of practice to be the process of becoming a Buddhist. In the same way that, when we're healthy, our health is kind of invisible. When we get sick, we then have a condition, we have a disease or a cold or an ailment or a broken leg. And that is an interruption to health. But when you've got health, you've just got health, you're just healthy. Nothing much, you don't go around saying, I'm healthy. But you tell people if you're sick. And Buddhism is about awakening to a basic kind of health. So Buddhism, in a sense, is a kind of hospital and convalescence home in which you make the transition from being sick as a dog to being invisibly healthy. And if you get more awakened and more healthy, you should be more invisible. The idea that you want to become more of a Buddhist is a bit silly. Actually, you want to start with a lot of Buddhism and end up with no Buddhism at all, because it's then just as simple and as integrated as breathing. And layering over lots of symbolisms and practices, creating a house in which to dwell out of that is to misunderstand what it's all about. Of course, cultures set up these structures. They become integrated into socio-economic systems. Monasteries often own land, they have bonded labourers and so on, and festivals need to be celebrated, so you need to have offerings and butter lamps, and monks need to get clothes, and so there's a huge economic cycle which can be turned around that. But as the Buddha explained very clearly, if you want to cross a river, you use a boat, and when you get to the other side, you leave that, in the same way that you can leave the practice when you get the fruit of the practice. The Buddha taught all these methods as things to be used, to be utilized with respect. I mean, if you're a carpenter, you would keep your chisels sharp and clean, and you would have your toolbox with everything there. Kind of like Macclesfield, you imagine in the old days in the factories, there'd be a real pride, a real tradesman's pride in having everything just proper. In that way, one should understand the methods of practice in a proper way. But then, when you retire, you have to give it up. If you've left the factory, No point in hanging around the door and saying, what's it like inside? What's it like inside? The whole purpose of doing this kind of practice is that eventually you get to retire and you don't have to do it anymore. But if you incorporate it as part of your identity, then it's like a flying buttress. You feel a wee bit wobbly, and you put the buttress onto your wall. The church, the house remains, but you take the buttress away, it falls down again. This is not integration. This is leaning on to something which remains other. If we fully integrate it, it becomes just part and parcel of our own being, and then it falls away in its otherness. One's no longer in a relationship with it. One's just kind of being at ease, which is the key goal of Buddhism. So what we begin by doing is just marking out 4 main styles of practice or existence, which are grouped together aspects of these 9 vehicles or yanas I mentioned before. And I do it according to the Nyingmapa system. So the first is the Hinayana approach. And this means an attitude that says the world is a dangerous place. It's easy to get lost. Keep your eyes open. Be a bit wary. Therefore, things that look safe and familiar have to be re-examined because actually they may be more dangerous than they appear to be. Things which can intrigue us, which seem to be kind of fun. Saturday, let's go shopping. What's wrong with shopping? It's quite nice. You go in, playing music, there's all these things. You think, well, I could wear that. Oh, is this nice? It's quite nice. You get something new. You put it on. Well, shopping is dangerous from the Hinayana point of view because it's based on desire. The desire that I can improve my existence by adding on to myself a commodity. It's starting with the assumption there is some deficit in me, or maybe not even a sort of collapse deficit, not necessarily that I've got something sunk a bit and I need to cheer myself up. It may be that I feel not so bad, but I just want to add that little bit extra. You know, something, Christmas is coming, a few parties, what will I wear? So, from that kind of mood, you can think, that'll be nice. You get some new earrings or something and you feel, oh, this is not so bad. That's, in many ways, how we pass our time. Playing with our appearance, polishing our persona, having different ways of facing towards the world, giving ourselves little confidence boosts. But there is a kind of avoidance or even anesthetization in that. Because what is the anxiety that I have? Oh, maybe people won't like me. Maybe I feel I'm getting older and I'm not as attractive as I used to be. So what does that mean? How will I be me if people don't like me anymore or find me sexy anymore? What will be the basis of my existence? So that would then take us back to your question, well, who am I? Because if I'm basing my existence on something which is fundamentally unreliable, like physical appearance or physical health, then it's a house built on sand. It's fundamentally unstable. I have no way of being sure that it will be the same tomorrow as it is today. Even if you're very healthy and very beautiful and very rich, you're driving in your beautiful car down the road and some arsehole drives into you. Your head goes through the windscreen, your face is cut to ribbons, and when you wake up and you look in the mirror, you think, why didn't they just cut my throat? It's gone. And that happens every day, every day. Terrible car crashes, people get mangled bodies. So these houses that we think will be secure, this sense of self, our friend network and so on, very unreliable. As we get older, our friends die off. Parents die, friends die, and then we start to see our social world shrinking. What will we rely on? So from the point of view of Hinayana, it's about sorting out what can one really rely on. So it's about refuge. If we take refuge in the world, in money, in friendship, and so on, these things will fundamentally betray us. Even if we have a long, happy, successful life, that life will come to an end, and then we move on. And from the point of view of Hinayana, we look at the idea of karma a lot, that our life manifests as the results of previous actions. And the actions that we perform now in this life will lead to a manifestation or a rebirth in some other form, in some other existence. In order to get a human body, especially a human body which finds its way into contact with the Dharma, this is a very rare event. And in order to do it, we burn up a lot of our karma. And having not much good karma left, if we don't gather any more in this life, we're going to have a bummer next time. So you spend your life enjoying yourself, but it's really just moving the deck chairs on the Titanic, because sooner or later we're going down and we're going to be bubbling about, little fishies or something, with big sharks going to eat us. So one should use our time well to work out, what can I bring close to myself? Instead of seeking dependency outside myself, attachment on unreliable things outside, can I find a way of shifting my own relationship to myself and to my being in the world with others that allows less disturbance, so that instead of careering around like a ball in a pinball machine, bouncing off the bouncings and getting the lights coming on, we can be more stable and more calm. So what's associated with this path is renunciation. In its ideal form, you become a monk or a nun. You say, I give up on money, I give up on sex, I give up on social status, I give up on family involvement, and I will, like a snail pulling in its little horns, I will retreat from the world and have a kind of shelled existence with minimal disturbance. Unfortunately, we can't all do that, because then who would feed us? So some people get safe and some people don't. Also in the West, nobody wants to be a monk or a nun anymore. It's a bit passé for us. That's the problem. We actually are so, from the Hinayana point of view, we are so lost, we are so completely addicted to consumerism that we can't separate any sense of the things I have, the things I need, and our sense of self. Renunciation seems mad. There are almost no people going into Catholic seminaries in Britain now. Last Jesuit college is just, I think, about closing. Nobody wants to take that path, because the power of the object, the power of consumption, the power of instant gratification is just pervasive. People are on the internet all the time. They've got mobile phones. We're constantly in states of absolute distraction, and that's being normalized as how life should be. You see kids, they're just in. If a school teacher say, it's so difficult to get a class to give any attention now, because the focus of attention, the possibility of maintaining attention even just for a few minutes, collapses more and more year by year. So renunciation is increasingly difficult. But what is helpful, I think, is to hold in mind the principle of it. Because by renouncing something, by thinking, oh, I'd like that, and then thinking, no, I won't have that, and then staying with the feeling of the impulse, the bit of yourself that goes out towards that object, you can recognize just how off balance you are. Like a drunk person going down the street and kind of leaning on things to keep themselves vertical. We actually see that's what we do all the time. That we're not grounded in ourselves. We're out of kilter, off balance, and using object-relatedness, moving out towards the world, as a means of keeping a pseudo-verticality. And if we've got enough things around us, we seem to be doing okay. But it's a kind of magician's sleight of hand. We delude ourselves into thinking that we're grounded when actually we're well gone. On an inner level, renunciation means the thoughts out of which I construct my sense of self and my experience. Are they me or are they not me? When we do this calming the mind, focusing on the breath, focusing on an external object, thoughts and feelings continue to come. These thoughts and feelings feel like myself. I can see how when I go into that kind of thought, when I merge with it and identify with it, I engage in a process of constituting or creating my sense of self. These thoughts are not just mirrors that show me who I am, but they're the kind of building blocks of who I am. It is through merging in the thought that I become me. So maybe I, tell someone a story. If I go back to London and say, what's Macclesfield like? So, I was like this and this, I did this and this and this and this, blah, 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 blah. And I feel I'm telling the story. No, I feel I'm talking now. Well, words are arising. I can have a concept that I'm speaking. I can have the physical sensation of my voice box and so on. But there's also the question, who is the I who is speaking? Is speaking occurring? What is the agency of that speaking? The simple answer, of course, is I, James Lowe, am speaking. But on this level of the Buddha's teaching, we have this notion of dependent co-origination, pratitya-samutpada, which means basically, on the basis of this, that arises. An ongoing dynamic interaction between field factors, the whole context, the ecology, which is around us, and of course which we are part of, that we're constantly in feedback loops with our environment, in which we are constituted out of what appears around us. So last night I was coming on the train. I was not talking like this. I was sitting very quietly, reading my magazine. If I had started to talk like this in the train, I might have had a bit more space around me. So talking in this way is contextual. It's not that I talk this way because I had a kind of burning desire to do this. It's that coming in here, I talk in this way. And if I'm working as a therapist, I talk in another way. And if I'm talking with my kids, I talk in another way. And so on. That how we manifest is in relation to others. So therefore, we might think, in the moment, I am co-created by you. Without you, I wouldn't be talking this way. So, although we can say, I am talking, and these are my words, these words arise on the basis of you. I look around, I see your faces, and I speak with you, to you, among you. So in that sense, although I'm doing it, the I who is doing it is not an autonomous monad separated from the world, but is co-emergent with the field of sensory experience with others. This is weird. This is weird. It's not what I was taught in primary school. Teacher would say, James, why are you fidgeting? Come out here. He pushed me. I'm not caring about what he did. You're doing that. You come out here. In which you get these scissors snipping you out from your environment, plopping you down, and everybody looks, oh, he did it. Who did it? He did it. I did it. But it's not my fault. He did it. No, you did it. Right? And that's what we get taught. Take responsibility for yourself. And of course that's true, but it's only half the story. Because how we are is dependent on our situation. None of us know really how we would behave if a fascist dictatorship came into this country. None of us know whether we would end up murdering other people, working as torturers or whatever. We could imagine we wouldn't. But that's usually because we are happy enough to be in a fairly benign environment that doesn't take us to the edge where we are faced with these tasks. So, dependent co-origination is very disturbing if we take it seriously. We start to see that what I take to be I myself is a feedback loop which edits out the impact of the way I'm constituted with, for, and by the other. And if I take that latter reading, it means that I am part of the world. And if I'm part of the world, it's helpful to step back from the world, to get a bit of perspective, to see more clearly just how directly I'm constituted by the world. You're locked into a permanent energetic relationship with these other people. They constitute who you are. We imagine that these stills, in all their difference, are somehow, in each moment, giving us a true account of who we are. If we step back and we put down all these images of who we are and we put them together, we say, God, they don't fit. I'm completely inconsistent. One minute I'm saying this, next minute I'm saying that. How can that be? That is because we are incoherent. We don't stick together. We are the manifestation of karmic impulses which have multifarious histories. And we're operating in a world of others where other people's behavior causes us to react in a particular way. Our intentions have to be shifted. Not because we are weak-willed and we should be able to knuckle down, but just how could we resist a world which we are part of? We are enworlded. We do not have a choice as to whether we're part of the world. We have nowhere else to go. We talk of going on a meditation retreat. But if there's no food on the retreat, and if there's no toilet, you get pretty upset. Because you have to take in food and water, and you have to let out piss and shit. That's just how it is. Just the way we sweat, our hair falls out, especially getting to my age, it falls out very fast. And we are in this constant exchange with the world. We're breathing in and breathing out all the time. We cannot cut ourselves off from the world. If that happens, we are dead. But even if our body dies, it's immediately going into disintegration and getting back into relationship with the world. To understand this is something very, very radical. Usually we're living in this kind of egg of self-concern, inside a bubble, where our self-concept bears very little resemblance to what actually goes on. Our notion of who we imagine ourselves to be and how we actually are performatively is very different. So the analysis of impermanence, of the suffering nature of a lot of experience, and of dependent co-origination are all designed to help us see that self is not a thing, it's not an entity, but it is a process. Selfing is a narrative or a mode of organization of the moments of experience into a sort of pseudo-coherent narrative of self, which always involves a huge amount of editing. But social politeness means that we tolerate the slippages in other people's narratives. I won't tell you you're incoherent if you don't tell me I'm incoherent. You sit there chatting with a friend, suddenly they're off from one, you're thinking, hang on a minute, why did we talking about this? I thought we were talking about that. Yes. It just skates all over the place. It's like people on ice and they can't skate very well. That's what we're doing. We don't have a stable basis. And seeing that is alarming if we think we should be coherent. It then becomes something we want to defend ourselves against, because often when people do awaken to this, they feel as if they're having a breakdown. They feel, oh my God, I'm not who I thought I was. And that can be very frightening. But to not be who you think you are might mean that being is not a thought. Being is not a concept. It's not a construct. That when the concepts still themselves, even momentarily, there is something which goes on being. And this is the prime concern, really, of Buddhism. Not that these thoughts are somehow wrong and evil, a false layer which hides ourselves from ourselves and therefore must be got rid of forever. Though this is the view on the Hinayana level, that you should push them away. But On the other levels, we can also see these thoughts as misunderstood, that if we give them the wrong function, they confuse us. It's like if you're a parent, to look to your children to give you a sense of identity is not very helpful, because your job as a parent is to help your children develop their sense of identity. But, when people say, oh, my mum's my best friend, you think, oh, hang on a minute, this is not a good idea. Girl's 16 and swapping clothes with her mum. Please don't. Please don't. It's not a good idea, because mum has to be mum, stable, even though she feels weird. And daughter's got to be allowed to be weird with a mum that says, keep your eyes open. Do you think that boy's nice? I'm not sure. So there has to be a differentiation of function. And that requires knowing who keeps an eye on what. If the ideas and the concepts in our mind, which in fact are like children, if we imagine that they're parents and they're going to look after us, we got it wrong. Thoughts, feelings, sensations flit about like little infants in the playground. They're out to lunch. Lots of fun to hang out with, especially if you're the grandparent. And that's essentially what we try to do. We sort of take away the parental responsibility. That's the renunciation. And we watch our minds at play. Back in the kindergarten, splashing about, making a mess, never knowing where to put the toys. That's what our minds are doing. Who is the parent? The parent is the mindfulness. The parent is calm, consistent, able to observe the turbulence but not get lost in it, and not feeling a kind of envy, because the calmness of the mind doesn't need the busyness of the mind to fulfill it. These are parallel domains which can move and interact, as we'll see later, but they're not the same. And stillness cannot be displaced by movement without terrible consequences. In Tibetan, the normal word for sentient beings is drowa, and drowa means moving, going, always in process, always on the move, nowhere to settle. And we are like that because of our primary identification with the moving aspects of our being, with our physical sensation, our thoughts, and so on. These things don't cease. They are unstable. And so we are unstable because we're dancing around. But this dancing is occurring on a stage which is invisible to us. The purpose of the Hinayana level of practice is to withdraw a bit from the busyness so that the stage becomes visible. A bit like, if there's a Saturday morning market and early, 6 o'clock in the morning, all the stall holders are coming and this empty space is now filled up with stalls, and then people come in busy. But by 2 in the afternoon, they're taking it down, they've got their vans out. By 5 in the afternoon, it's empty again. And it's very nice when you see that, because if you only see the busyness, you don't see the empty space. We forget about space. So the function of renunciation is to open up space by saying the busy activities which preoccupy me, which fill my life, cooking, shopping, worrying about the family, going to work, tidying the house, and so on. If I don't do these things for a while, the world doesn't end. It's not a disaster, but there's a bit of a space. And then when I come to do them again, I see, oh, I can choose to do these things. They are not necessary, but in that moment of choice, I think, oh, I'm filling my days with this stuff. And when it's not there, I don't know who I am. So I'm moving in order to stop falling over. That's why I'm moving. I remember when my dad had to retire a bit early, it's because he had a bad heart attack. And he just wandered about the house. He just hadn't a clue. He was prematurely cut off, suddenly fallen to earth thinking, what do I do? After a couple of more years, he died because he just couldn't find a way of reconstituting himself. And we know this is very, very common. Many, many people, particularly men, but probably as more women are in professional work and over-identify with work, death comes at retirement. So renunciation is not easy, not just because the objects that we try to give up a bit are so attractive, but because we have built our sense of self out of a very fragile relationship with them. And in the moment of renunciation, it puts into question the contours, the parameters of our own existence. So from the point of view of meditation, this is a wonderful thing to do. It's like a sort of diagnostic test. You start to be able to see this complex movement of me, not me, whereby we create and then dissolve, we construct and then deconstruct the shapings of our existence moment by moment. So, shamatha, meditation practice of maintaining a clear, simple, intentional focus, has many functions. It allows a sense of continuity of attention, of non-distraction, which involves renunciation of the thoughts out of which we constitute ourselves, which then means that we have to encounter a strange opening up and absencing of self, which can be very disturbing. Now, it's quite difficult to move from that state back into a busy existence, which is why these sort of meditation techniques were primarily developed by monks and nuns who would not be required to be very busy. They weren't doing long meditations just focusing the mind on one thing and then getting in a car and driving through the traffic. It's not a good idea to drive a car immediately after you've been doing a long period of focused meditation, because what you've done is you've cooled down your speed of reactivity. And in the traffic, you've got to be there. So, if you retreat from the world, you can't expect to get right back in step immediately. Maybe see if there's any thoughts or responses to what I've been saying.
With those kind of techniques, isn't there always an element of potential there, so it's because you want to control the mind?
Yeah, well, I think it's difficult to do. I mean, I suppose if we say control the mind, we have to think, well, what is the mind? That's a very big question. I mean, I suppose in a sense we're trying to bring focused attention and intentionality into a field where we usually have a kind of reactive intentionality. If you watch a sparrow eating, it's such a terrifying experience, because sparrows are all the time like this, they're always looking for the cat. They're not very peaceful. And when we start to do this sort of practice, we realize how paranoid we are, how excited we are by bright, shiny things, and how frightened we are of dangerous things. So there is a tension, but as we move away from these things, we realize that some of these skills of hyper-anxiety are required for functioning in our world. That if we didn't terrify ourselves with thoughts of collapsing pension plans, we wouldn't stay at work. This dimension we live in is a pretty nasty place. We're cooked by fears all the time. Fears of war, fears of economic annihilation. People mobilize themselves in terror. And so that there is a real tension between what is required for rendering unto Caesar and what you do when you render unto yourself or your Buddha nature or God.
How does this affect you in relationship to identifying yourself? Because you don't have any feedback, which then makes you sort of obsolete, if you like.
Well, it's very interesting because our culture in the West has been humanistic, really, for the last 300 years. We live in a human-centered world. Everything is human-sized. And we have a sense that we as human beings are the most important thing around. From a Buddhist point of view, the human dimension is an aberration. that Buddhas are not human. You know, a Buddha is not just a kind of improved, added value human being. A Buddha is radically other than what we are. And being human beings is a bummer, certainly from the Tibetan Buddhist point of view. It is the fruit of the karma of pride and desire. That's the two special fuels for the human dimension. So, renunciation towards the goal of awakening and freeing oneself from samsara is freeing oneself from the human condition. But human beings constantly reinforce each other that, hey, we're the cream of the crop, we're the best thing ever. This is the world we live in, where we own this, we should have that, other people steal what we've got. It's all about us. And in that madness and blindness, we're just destroying and burning and creating a chaos. We've got a world economic system that spirals out of control. We've got these moments of stasis now, but we can see, looking ahead, it's not very stable world we're in. So the moves that one can make in terms of renunciation, like speaking less and leading a calm life, unless that goes really, really deep, it can be a kind of avoidance, because the person who does that doesn't have very much to bring into the world. So the Hinayana path is a method for inquiring into the nature of the construction of the self in processes of interaction, traditionally described in terms of the 5 skandhas. But the critique of this approach, which developed either, you can say, historically in about the 2nd century BC, or we can say it's in the second turning of the wheel by the Buddha at Rajgir in Bihar, opens up the twin foci of wisdom and compassion, of emptiness and altruism, which takes a different view, where one goes from that stepping back from the world and creating a security of removal towards a way of going towards others, but from a radically shifted internal position. And this is what the second area, Mahayana Buddhism, is about.
I thought it was very interesting what you said, that you are different things at different times with different people under different circumstances. It's not really you, it's the situation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, that's why karma is such a powerful idea, because if you're lucky enough to grow up in a reasonably balanced, healthy family, you develop patterns of interaction and responsiveness and attunement to others, which are very healthy. And if you grow up in a very crazy family, you don't do that. And we can see that in terms of child development theory or object relations in a psychological sense, or we can see it in terms of just the luck of the environment that you grow up in. And being constituted in a crazy environment is very, very disturbing. One of the very difficult things that I'm confronted with in patients is if people have had a terrible childhood and they've been abused and unloved and objectified and treated like a thing, when they come into therapy, maybe at age 30 or something like that, they've been attacking their body, using drugs, cutting bits out of their body and so on. They don't have a healthy relationship with their body. And then they've got to start to take responsibility for themselves. Having been abused and exploited, it's not that they can sort of go along to the World Bank and say, hey, I've had this, deficit for a long time. Can I not get the credit now? It doesn't work like that. If you've had a bum deal in your youth, you're likely to have to struggle to turn it around. That is what is so painful, is that the cavalry ain't coming. It's up to you to do it. And that's really painful when we think, and of course, if our life has been very difficult, we don't usually have very good allies. We may be living in a housing estate and already have a lot of kids and no money and a drunken guy who's off with someone else. And you think, what can I do? And of course, it's very hard, because life in its actual given shapedness is not an open expanse of being. it's just terribly constrained by the exigencies of getting the kids to school, getting the shopping done, staying safe on dangerous streets at night time and so on. So being constituted by the environment, if we're lucky, wonderful, But if times are bad, then it's hellish, because there is no protection. There is no wall between me and the other. If the bad people ride over the hill and they want to loot and rape and murder, who's going to protect me? It's got to be me. Well, karma means that actions have consequences. An action has an immediate result, but it also has long-term consequences. And so karma is not just the objective fact of what happens, but it is my subjective capacity to relate to it. So a notion of karma helps us to think that, number one, this world is meaningful. I mean, the key thing for me about the notion of karma is it's about ethics. It says there are no random accidents. Everything that happens to you is connected with how you have situated yourself in the world. It's not saying you are omnipotent, this whole world is just your fantasy. It's not like that. But the way we exist in the world, the position we take up, how we gesture towards others, has an impact, and that gesture is returned to us at some later time in a gesture by another. And therefore, it's useful now for thinking about, I should be careful about the kind of gestures I make. And when gestures come, I can be thoughtful. I can think, oh, what is that? The Mahayana view is one in which the focus of attention is more on one's responsibilities towards all beings. So it moves from being a kind of, from the consideration of dependent co-origination, God, I'm caught up in all this stuff, how do I get out of it? How can I dissociate myself from these webs of connectedness? Because it's all a bit much. I'm tossed around like a leaf in the autumn wind. That's turned to become a more proactive intention. Well, if I am part of this, I need to do my best to make this, whatever it is, work well. So instead of trying to protect myself and keep me away from others, I'm going to think, how can I be in the world towards others in a way that is of mutual benefit? Not privileging the other over myself, not privileging myself over the other, but a middle way in which benefit for all arises. And the two aspects of this. One is that the constituents of the self, who I think I am, when I look into their nature, I don't find any deep, irreducible self-substance. My sense of I, me, myself is constituted out of various aspects. My thoughts, my feelings, my memories, my sensations. When, through meditation, I start to observe myself, I see that there is nothing fixed or continuous in this experience of self. So the self is a kind of agglutinative process. Bits stick together like sticky rice. And that seems to be me, but it actually is composed of these parts. And we can lay all these parts out. And then when we start to look at the nature of these parts, we find that they themselves are constituted out of other things. Because each thought carries some relation to the previous thoughts. So it carries some texture of what's gone before, but it's also moving forward, evoking other thoughts. So each thought is linked to the past and to the future. If it's got a face to the past and a face to the future, it's got two faces. If it's got two faces, it's got two slides, so you can slice it down the middle. And you can, keep doing that ad infinitum. And you find that actually what we have is just these hazy swirls of energy which, when looked at in one way, appear to be substantial thoughts or building blocks, constituent particles, but actually are more waves of emergent energy. There is no inherent self-nature in any phenomena, not in external phenomena and not in internal phenomena. Here in Macclesfield, clearly the economy's changed a lot. Things that were big factories with huge machines in them have shifted. And even before these factories came, you had weaver people who got displaced when the factories go bust, and now you get new things occupying the buildings. You look from the outside, and if you grew up here, I guess you remember, oh, that's that factory, or that's that factory, but it's now become something else. The bricks are the same, but internally it's been shifted. The factory didn't always exist. Somebody had the idea to make money. Silk was the new thing. Hey, get some investment. Then you get the brick manufacturer. Then you get in a bunch of brickies, and they start to put it up, and then you got a factory. What is a factory made out of? Bricks. At a certain point, you don't want a factory, you get a crane, you get a steel ball, and it's gone. Demolition. It's dead easy. As a kid, I used to watch a lot of it. It's fantastic. Whack! It's just gone. I grew up in Glasgow, and in the late 50s, early 60s, they took the centre of the city out and threw it away. You can see a human environment is destroyed very easily. Just as we had the clearances in Scotland, when the new landlords came in and said that they wanted to have deer on the hills or sheep, and they cleared out the crofters. And all over the world that's going on. Decided to build a dam in China. 1 million people are displaced. So what we consider as my house, my home, vanishes. Somebody's a wee kid in Pakistan, the parents decide to move to England. The whole language shifts. You have to learn English. All that you would have learned if you stayed in Pakistan, speaking Urdu with extended families and all of that, is suddenly vanished. You know, you lose your mother tongue. People on the move are constantly being regenerated in new forms, reconstituted out of new environments. So what we consider ourselves to be is not something innate and inherent. Our external environment as well, when we look, we cannot find anything which is truly self-existing. We look at stones. You know, when you're a kid, you go out and you climb in the hills and you think, oh, these hills have always been there. And then you learn a bit about geology and you learn they weren't always there. A long time ago, there was a volcano where earth plates came together and this rose up and that sank down. Everything is in movement in relation to other forces. And therefore, everything, like a watch, carries its history with it. And this watch will continue to be with me until it breaks down. And when it's finally broken, I'll throw it away. What am I going to do carrying a broken watch with me? I like the watch. I have all kind of emotional associations to the watch, but it is primarily a function. Just as people live in a house for some reason, and it's their home, and they really like their home, and they've got all kind of memories. But if they've got to shift jobs, they say goodbye, and they go and live in another house, and gradually they make that a home. So we invest meaning, like the tide goes out and in. We put meaning into things, and then we take it back in again. But when we do that, the way we invest meaning in things gives them the appearance of a substantial, enduring, self-existent reality that will continue through time. But actually, it's shifting and turning and changing. What it means to be British is radically changing. And if this new European constitution goes through, the rights and freedoms of British people will again be completely transformed. It has never been stable. When we look back in history, there has been no period where you can say that was true British existence. To be British is to be part of a process. To be Chinese is part of a process. So what we then see is that what we call things, entities, are actually processes which, because they are moving like a river tumbling down a mountainside, are essentially ungraspable. Now, it seems ridiculous to say that this watch is ungraspable. But we might ask, how do we grasp it? Well, I grasp it with my hand. A hand is composed of fingers and thumbs. If I, unfortunately, had an accident and I did a wee stump, be quite difficult. A stump is not a hand. Now, I think I've got a hand forever, and I hope I do. But some people have stumps, and I've seen them. So their hand wasn't permanent. Their hand existed while they had the factors for the continued existence of their hand, and then they had an accident, and then suddenly they had a stump, not a hand. That happens. We see people, they have a stroke, and their legs that used to move up and down are now not doing anything. They're flopping around like dead cod. That's what happens. And you think, what's happened to my body? But that body was never yours in that sense. It's not a possession. And that's the really peculiar thing, is that we cannot grasp things, that normally our relationship to the world is one of appropriation, in which I have these things which are me, and through engaging with these things I reassure myself of the continuity of the me-ness of me. But actually all the things I look at are themselves constituted. So we have processes interacting with processes, creating the sense that something's there. Just as you go to the theatre, curtain opens, and there's the stage, and there's a table and 2 chairs, and somebody walks across, and, within a couple of minutes, oh God, you're right in the play. And then, shh, there you go. And then you go back next week, it's another play. Same stage, another play. How can that be? And that's what we do all the time. We get caught up in a play, it seems very, very real, and then it's gone. It's there, and it's gone. But we've got this notion that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That you have a stage, you have a few props, you've got actors with a script and so on, and something happens. If it's a good play, if it's well directed, something happens and it comes alive and you get captivated. But actually, it's only people walking across boards with some light on them, talking in a peculiar way. Yeah? So these parts somehow generate, through the dynamic of their movement, something more, like going to the ballet. Bunch of posers prancing around. But actually it's Giselle and your little heart. Oh. What is that extra? Is that extra out there? Or is it some energetic quality that we have in relation to this multifold interactive movement? This is the real meaning of emptiness in Buddhism, is the way we have this add-on, this value added, which is actually a distraction. We add into situations the sense that there are real entities that were there. Oh, so this fantastic play, it's really good, you must go and see it. Oh, it's all booked up, I won't be able to. That play is not accessible. It's just a momentary event that's going to be there for a week, and all the tickets are gone. Oh, I can't see it, I'll never see it. But what is it? It's a momentary event. And even if you do see it, it's gone. It's just gone. It's a memory. The play exists in the moment of its performance. You don't have a doggy bag. You can't take it away with you. You don't take the play away. You take away a memory. You take away a response. And then as you tell the story of your experience, it gets transformed through the energetic responses of other people. So you say, I saw that play, it was fantastic. So I said, are we talking about the same thing? I thought it was crap. What? Oh, well, maybe it was, I don't know. And then you're absolutely thinking, oh God, yeah, well, actually, and it's gone. Your lovely shiny memory. Somebody's stolen it, disemboweled it, thrown its entrails in the dirt. Why? Because it didn't have any entrails. It wasn't a thing. It didn't cohere. There was no true existence in that. It was an illusion. It was a construct of your energetic commitment to the moment of the manifestation. This is the meaning of emptiness, and this is at the heart of all Buddhist practice, and particularly Dzogchen, that we'll come on to in a bit. So, if everything is empty, if there is no inherent self-nature in any phenomena, it means, of course, that we ourselves are empty. So, if we want to help people, there are various ways that we can help them. We can help them on an outer level, where we give them food and clothing and protection from danger and medicine. That kind of help is, of course, very important, but it is help on the level of the true existence of the person. Or we can say that the main thing which ails people, the main trouble or sickness that people have, is a misapprehension of reality. Because, of course, according to Buddhism, this whole nature of suffering that we find ourselves in is generated out of ignorance. This is the ignorance of not knowing your own true nature. And it generates attachment, particularly attachment to the body, so that we think we are the body, and then when the body gets sick, we get very upset. So in Mahayana Buddhism, wisdom and compassion become integrated in that the main act of compassion is to try to awaken people to the recognition of the empty nature of their own nature. So that compassion is not so much about saving people from danger, because in this world it's always out of the frying pan into the fire. I mean, where is there? If the whole of samsara is in flames, where can you go that will be truly safe? I mean, clearly, if somebody's in a war zone and you can help to take them from that and put them in a place of peace, that makes sense. But even in a place of peace, people are still on fire, not externally, but internally. They've still got all sorts of things cooking inside. So the style which is advocated is the Bodhisattva's practice of giving oneself a large intention, grounded in the Bodhisattva vow, I will work in this and all my future lives for the benefit of all beings. That means waking and sleeping all the time, I know why I'm here. The purpose of my existence is to work for others. So that immediately clears away lots of confusion. What shall I do today? Well, I'll work for others. So wake up in the morning, may all beings be happy as you go through the day, remembering all sentient beings around you. Everything you do, like you make a cup of tea for yourself and you think, may the thirst of all beings be removed. You think of beings in the hells, people who are burning, people who have fever, and you include them as you drink your cup of tea. You think, may this be like cool ice water flowing into the mouths of those who are tortured. And you make sure that all the time you're standing in relation to beings. And of course, in some ways, of course, that can feel like a good thing you're doing out towards them, but that very remembrance of them is also pulling you out of yourself. And what could be better than to be taken out of ourselves? It's so wonderful. You know, really is a mutual exchange. It's not a martyrdom, it's not a self-sacrifice, but it's the realization that, you know, inasmuch as you do it unto the least of these, you actually do it unto yourself. You don't have to have a third-party signifier like Jesus. You know, to be thoughtful of others is to be thoughtful of self. So that mindfulness and compassion start to become integrated. And that becomes linked into the idea that's set out in the Diamond Cutter Sutra, the Vajracchedika, where it says, if a bodhisattva wants to save sentient beings, he has already broken his bodhisattva vow. Now, what that means is, if you think there is a truly existing sentient being, and you think, I want to save that sentient being, although that might formally look like compassion, what it does is it evacuates wisdom. So a bodhisattva is one who has the two wings of a bird, wisdom and compassion, and is flying towards enlightenment with both wings at the same time. So if I see you as a truly existing separate being, rather than seeing you as a processional manifestation of emptiness, I have already reified or concretized or objectified a situation, which also means that I, as the participant coming towards you, have that kind of perception of myself. So I'm me going to help you. So we're stuck into some kind of A writes a little message on a dart, folds it up, bing, to get that, And that's what human life is. Two entities with some kind of movement in between them. But what dependent co-origination means and emptiness means is there are no endpoints. It is a feedback loop. It's a processional loop that I am an arising field with you as an arising field. And so the gesture of compassion towards you is not towards a thing, a fixed entity, but it's a movement of energy. And in shifting your energy, my energy is also shifted. So we have this endless interlocking movement. One of the images that's very famous from that is the idea of Indra's net, which is a notion of an infinite net of mirrors, all connected, and each moving so that each mirror is reflecting all other mirrors. So myriad mirrors, billions and billions of mirrors, each reflecting each other. And that's what we are like. Each person is like a mirror that contains the images and reflections of each other. And by the movement of these reflections, we experience the world and others. But because it's a mirror, the mirror is itself always empty. So we are an empty stage on which new plays are being elaborated moment by moment. We are a field of continuous drama. Yeah, so it's like the whole world is jazz dance improvisation with a music that never stops. Yeah, and if you've got karma as the DJ, that's a bummer. It's not a very good DJ. It's going to be a bad party. But if you get the Buddha as the DJ, no, he knows the good tune. So wisdom and compassion are very, very important. Because there are so many beings, to help them all out of samsara will take a very long time. So the commitment is for many, many future lifetimes. The idea of past lives and future lives is very important because it constantly recontextualizes human existence. And it helps us to see that perhaps we are not finite, unique creatures, self-sealed, but are in fact part of an infinite process. However, it can be rather daunting to imagine life after life after life. I'm going to be a bodhisattva, waiting for George W. Bush to become a human being. That is the mood of the Mahayana. It's a heroic mode, one of will, of patience, and that's why we have the elaboration of the 6 or the 10 paramitas, which are concerned with this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's the long haul. It's not about a momentary manic excitement. Yes, I'm going to do this. But it's rather, whoa, long, hard, I need to get in gear. I need to build up a way of containing and being with this for a very long time. Going on to the next level of Tantra. Tantra is not different from Mahayana. It's simply the application of different methods within the basic Mahayana view. It uses visualization to move from a path of aspiration and analysis, which is the paramitayana, or the commitment bodhisattva level of Mahayana, towards a path of transformation. So in the paths that we've looked at already, which have subsections that we won't have time to go into, and they just make the mind a bit confused, the basic thing is that we're saying enlightenment is in the distance. I'm here as a limited person with problems, and I want to develop myself and move towards these benefits. And so these are called the vehicles of the cause. That what I'm concerned with at this stage is to develop the causes which will at one stage lead to the fruition of that good goal of enlightenment for all beings. When we come into Tantra, we are concerned with the vehicles of the result. So that in Tantra, gaining an initiation into the practice of a deity, Tara, Padmasambhava, Vajrayogini, many, many, many hundreds, thousands of tantric deities, I visualize them and receive blessings from them, and I also visualize myself as the deity. And through that practice, and through the opening of the mind that arises from that practice, I then start to see that this world is inseparable from the mandala of the deity. And through that transformation, it is as if I am a Buddha now, today. So this is very important, and I'll say a bit more about it. The Buddha's now not just a kind of inspiring symbol, but an actual presence in the world. So we imagine that there are Buddhas in Buddha realms. This we also have in Mahayana Buddhism. So in the West we have Sukhavati or Dzogchen, where the Buddha Amitabha lives. And he will help people who pray to him. And you can go there and see him. That's the general Mahayana view. So the Buddha has set up a nice hotel. And Amitabha is a very nice Buddha, because he said, when he took his bodhisattva vow, by the strength of this vow, when I become enlightened, I don't want other people to have to go through all the hardships and difficulties that I've gone through. Just by saying my name, they can be reborn in my Buddha realm, where life will be much easier and where enlightenment will come with minimal effort. So that's one of the very attractive things about Amitabha. But it is about you going towards the Buddha. So there's a good place over there, let's try and get there. I want to be in America. Everything's free in America. It is just like that. I want to be in Dzogchen. As soon as you see his face, your heart is opened, and so on and so on. It's nice. It's good dancing. But in Tantra, instead of the deity just being over there, it is relational. So, if we imagine Padmasambhava in front of us, we say the mantra, and as we're saying the mantra, we believe that light is coming from this deity, flowing into ourselves, flowing in and purifying our body, our voice, our mind, so that all the impediments, all the obscurations, all the limiting perceptions of ourselves that we have been hanging on to for such a long time dissolve into light. We imagine our body being full of light. Then we imagine the Buddha, whoever, Padmasambhava, coming to the crown of our head. Then he dissolves from the top down and the bottom up and becomes a ball of light. Then this ball of light goes through the top of our head, down into our heart. So now we have myself, just a ball. I'm just in my usual shape, but I'm only light. Everything, all the rough material substance of myself has been dissolved into light. And now in my heart is this ball of rainbow-colored light, which is the presence of the Buddha. So then my body, which is light, merges into that ball of light. So you've got two lights merging together, the given enlightenment of the Buddha and the purified nature of myself. They are now inseparable, and now in the meditation I become only this ball. Nothing else exists, just this ball, and it starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So I'm totally focused in my attention into this, and then it dissolves. And then there is just space. There's only open space. And then, of course, into that space, thoughts, feelings, sensations arise. But if we really see there was only space, that's all there was, Where do these thoughts come from? They come from my mind. Where is my mind? In my head. But where was your head in this space? Oh. If you really, really see that space, then you realize the thought that the thought is coming from my brain is a thought arising in this space. So then we see everything arises as the fruit of space. Everything is the child, the manifestation of emptiness itself. So not through intellectual analysis, as in the Mahayana path, but through a direct, unmediated experience, you taste the flavor of emptiness. But emptiness in its double move, both as empty of self-substance and infinitely full of radiance. And then, gradually, one comes out into the experience of the world. Now, where is this world? Is it always waiting outside the meditation? So that meditation is essentially, haha, you can't see me. But that doesn't make anything really happen. That's just a children's game. But if we really go into the meditation, when we do the meditation, where is the world? That's really important. Because if we have understood that there is no inherent self-nature in anything, and that what we have, moment by moment, is experience, and this experience is always changing, if I don't look, if I look this way and I don't look that way, now I turn my head back and say, ah, you're still there. What is still there? Are you the same people? Have you changed? Well, of course you've changed. But my concept, my memory of you has not changed. So when I turn back, I say, ah, it's you. But in that moment, I am imputing a particular identity to a shape that I have seen before, right? So what I'm doing is I'm constructing for myself the seeming continuity of existence of a fixed entity through time. But actually, I'm having a perceptual experience. Actually, something is being revealed to me. So, we do the meditation, we dissolve, then light, sound, shape starts to appear more for us. Where is this coming from? It's coming out of the ground nature. It is coming out of space. Then we see everything that we encounter as a manifestation of this ground open nature. What in Sanskrit is called Dharma Dhatu, in Tibetan Chuying, means the open dimension of being before it formulates itself as something as such. That means everything is the unfolding experience of this place. It's not coming from anywhere else. This is the non-duality of openness or spaciousness or emptiness and manifestation. So it's not that there are real things, but we see them as empty. That would be some kind of crazy illusion. That would be madness. You know, I really want to pretend that things are better than they are. I mean, that wouldn't take us anywhere. What we have is a shift from reliance on concepts and memories towards a radical phenomenology, a radical attention in the moment to what is actually there. And I'm sure we've all had these moments. Sometimes it's with a sunset, or looking at a flower, or just being in the garden, and suddenly you hear a bird, and you're just, there is nothing. There is this sound or this beauty, and you don't need to process it because it is delivered directly. It is unmediated. It is immediate. And in that immediacy, there is no separation of an experiencer and an experience. There is just something. Yeah? That's what life we have these, from time to time, these experiences. I can remember running along the sand on a beach in Scotland when I was about 6. And just this beach was, it's like taking 1,000,000 years running along it, and the lights on the water, and just, Oh, what is that? You can't speak about it. You can't speak about it. But that is the quality of experience that we want to try to bring more and more, where we live in an aesthetic relationship with the world, where the beauty of the world is something we never turn our back on, where the lights and the colours and the movement. So when we go out in the road, maybe at lunchtime, and you see someone pushing their baby in a buggy, and you just feel that whole movement. You see someone walking in front of you. It's like a goddess dancing. The whole world becomes the mandala in which there is nothing other than the revelation of existence moment by moment. We don't need to look to the past for an explanation. We don't need to look to the future for some kind of proving of the meaning of the moment. We're just there in the moment. However, if the bank closes at 3 o'clock, you have to remember to look at your watch. We're not going into space case time here. There is a facticity to the emergence of existence. Shops have opening and closing times, trains leave at certain times, and so on. And if you put some money in the parking meter and it's Saturday and the parkies are out there, you want to not get a ticket. So you want to remember what time you have to put more money in. That is, you could say, oh, but that's real. If I don't do that, that will happen. But all these things that will happen are happenings. They are movements of experience. So we are in this world and able to change it and move it, but that doesn't make it real. That's why The Matrix, the first one, is a very good movie, because it really speaks to that it's like a hologram. There is a certain rationale to what happens, because we are in the human dimension. Our kind of experience is generated out of the karma that we share together. So we share many things. But of course we also have our more personal karma, where we have very different experiences. As a man, I can't know what it's like to have a menstrual cycle. I don't know what it's like to have a hormonal wash once a month. I just don't know what that is. There's all sorts of experiences that people have, which we just don't have access to in all sorts of ways. So we have common factors and unique specific factors. But all of these factors are manifesting in patterns, but without inherent self-nature. The fact that something has a shape doesn't mean that it has an inherent self-nature. So if we have something like a table, this clearly has a particular shape to it. But we can see how it's constructed. It's got made of pieces of wood put together in a particular way. The fact that it has this shape doesn't mean that there is a tableness to the table, because clearly we could take it apart. And if we were to lay out these pieces of the tableness would vanish, wouldn't it? We'd just have bits of wood. But we put these together in a particular way, and then this magic event happens where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That added on thing arrives. Now we need to look a little bit at what that is in more detail. There are many ways of thinking about the function of ignorance, but it's described in the Tantric literature usually in a 3-stage model, which has been written about quite a lot, and I've done some translations and commentaries on this. In the first level of ignorance, this open, relaxed awareness, non-duality, where emergence and the ground of emergence are inseparable, like a cloud floating in the sky. You have the sky and you have a cloud. You can't take a cloud out of the sky, but the cloud also, as it passes through the sky, leaves no trace. So this is an image of the unconditioned nature. But in that, attention collapses, so the spaciousness is lost, and you focus in. And in that focusing, you start to get caught up in something. You don't know what it is anymore. So, if an event happened like that, say for example you slip and you fall, think, oh God, oh, what the first impulse that we have is to stabilize the situation. Say, oh, I want to sit down, I want to come back to myself, I want to work out what happened. So we go from shock to control. I need to be able to make sense of what has happened. So this first stage of ignorance is called co-emergent ignorance, in which the displacement and the possibility of a return to the integration are just together, very, very close. But having lost it a bit, instead of relaxing back into the integration, I think, oh, I have to make sense of it. Of course, there isn't a clearly elaborated self yet, but it's a kind of energetic move in which one goes into a relationship to an event. One, instead of relaxing back into the openness, one steps back from it, seeking a perspective which is not the perspective of relaxed spaciousness, but a perspective of apartness. I step back and look at what's there. So now self and other start to form. And the more perspective I have, I start to see differentiated entities. And the more differentiation there is, the more differentiated mental processing there is to make sense of them. So I now have not just a range of colours evolving in my mind as separate things, but I also have feeling tones associated with these colours. I start to have the differentiation, I like this, I don't like that. This second stage of ignorance is called the ignorance of naming everything, or the ignorance of a kind of mastery. So, a bit like in the Bible, when God names everything, and he says there's this and there's this, so you create something, then you name it, and then you say it's good. Kind of three-stage lock-on. So this is how things are. And by now we've got things. Because language and the experience of entities is very closely linked together. We as human beings, with our linguistic powers, can make such subtle nuancing. And of course, language controls attention, and attention controls reification, or the sense that things are solid and separate and real. You can make anything real if you focus on it. Sometimes people become a bit obsessive about something, and someone else will say to them, hey, you're reading too much into it. Just let it go. It's not so important. Yeah, but what? Why did that? What? I can't understand. But what? Oh, jeez. Just, you know. And you see how somebody gets sucked into it, and the more they think about it, and the more they turn it over, we say they make a mushroom out of a mountain out of a mushroom, or a molehill, or something. So, in that way, our attention, which is a wonderful aspect of our intelligence, instead of it being wide-focused, panoramic, inclusive, it starts to become partial, serial, staccato, as we focus in on this, then on that, then on that, and like a sort of vorticist painting or a cubist painting, you get these aspects turned around, so you have fragmentation, and you're struggling to create a whole, a gestalt, out of juxtapositions that don't quite make sense. So therefore you think, I have to make sense of this. Meaning's not going to arrive on a plate. It's hard work. You've got to work it out, which is the sort of thing you get told as a kid. Well, you need your gym shoes. You're late for school. Where are you going to find them? I'm not going to run around looking for them. Where did you leave them? Well, you have to think about that. It's a typical parent thing. You have to work out what that is. You want to go out at the weekend. You want to do this on Sunday and get back at 8 o'clock. You have 2 essays to write. What do you want to do? Not my problem. You're 16. Good luck. I don't have to go to school. I'm just your dad. Huh? So the child's thinking, what do I want to do? Because I want to do that, and I've got to do that, and it's a headache. And that's how we get headaches, because we've got to plan, and we've got to cut and paste and shift all these bits of our lives to make these complex images. Because we feel, I am a separate entity, I'm trapped inside this skin bag, faced by a world that bombards me with all sorts of stuff. How the hell do I work it out? How do you do it? You look around, everyone else seems to be able to do it. Look at all these people, they've got their lives together. Why am I the only one who hasn't worked it out? This private paranoia that everybody carries and nobody really wants to talk about. And this second stage of ignorance is very, very powerful. Then the third stage of ignorance is called the ignorance of the stupidity of not understanding karma. Because in this level, we think, well, yeah, I do have to take responsibility for my life. If I don't look after me, who is? Who else is going to do that? So I've got to hold it together. I've got to do everything. Hey, my life's worked out not too bad. I've made a bit of a go of it. So it becomes very self-referential, and I see myself as a separate agent, creating things, doing things. I did this, and that's that. I do something, and it is what it is. Whereas karma says, every time you do an action, there's the immediate result, but there is also a long-term consequence. There is an energetic ramification that your gesture, your movement towards the world is not just what it appears to be, because we are part of the world. It's like, if you remember at school, running in a three-legged race. You can only go as fast as your combined energy. I mean, that is the child's introduction to this notion of synergy. Because if you don't have any integrated synergy, you both fall over. Yeah? You've got to get in step. You've got to be in rhythm. Now, we are always in a three-legged race. We are always tied together with others. Our energy is always impacting on other people. But when we imagine, I am myself alone, I am just this entity, we think that we stop at the end of our fingertips. But of course we're moving out. The person travelling on the train talking into their phone, rah, 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 is making the other person not able to read their book. Mm-hmm. Their voice isn't just going in this bloody bit of plastic, it's going in everyone else's ear. You know, we energetically expand. You've got a car, you change gear going uphill, that's outside someone else's house. Think, oh, what is that? You know, noise pollution is everywhere, but thought pollution is there as well. We get agitated. You come into work with a sour face and say, oh, what's the matter? And then you tell them and they think, oh God, that's pretty bad. Thank you for sharing. A problem shared is a problem halved, and then doubled, and then tripled. So in that way, we can't, although we think in terms of discrete entities, this really blinds us to the fact that we are always moving things around. And of course, if I push you, not necessarily that you want to push me back like we boys in the playground, but that the energetic movement of that means that tidally, after a while, the wave just comes back. It's just a pulsation of activity. It's not a punishment. There's nobody up there in the sky weighing up the scales and say, oi, time for your lot, bitter herbs this week. We're not being punished. It's simply a cause and effect relationship, that whatever goes expanding out will retreat. All the great empires, all the great expansionist projects of the work, Ozymandias one day collapse again, isn't it? You know, the paths of glory lead but to the grave. That's how it is. And of course, in the moment of expansion, it knocks onto other people. And then, of course, sooner or later, something spirals and it returns. Victory cannot be permanent. Therefore, if you live with a notion of victory, of total control, all that you're doing is storing up huge numbers of reactions that will come back to you through time. So when these three levels of ignorance are functioning together, it's very difficult. Because, of course, not recognizing karma, we think, well, my life's not so bad. Well, it's worked out okay. Nothing wrong with being a wee bit smug. Well, what is wrong with it is that it is very blind. We don't see that we are indeed just lemmings about to leap off the cliff. We have no idea where we're going. We have not understood the structure of the world. I mean, Buddhism is saying something very disturbing and very radical, that we are asleep, that we are in a dream which is not the whole reality. It's just a dream constructed out of a particular set of causal events. That because we in the past created causes, we come to be born in this dimension sharing a particular kind of karma. And after a while, the causal forces which generate our access to this domain will get burned up. And then we will not be in this domain. We'll be in another domain. We will have another kind of hologram, another kind of experience, and it probably won't be as nice. Therefore, we need to wake up from the dream world. The 6 realms of samsara that are depicted in that image on the wall over there are showing 6 kinds of trance, 6 kinds of experience. Some of you may have pets. You know, if you've got a cat lives in a cat's world. Cats don't live in a human world. They come close to the human world, but they don't live in a human world. Or you may have been hanging out with sheep. I mean, sheep are really weird. They're really, really weird. One of the most terrifying experiences of my life was when I was a student at Edinburgh University, going out, as students do, or a few of us did then, onto this hill, Arthur's Seat, one beautiful night, taking some of that blessed substance LSD, and then communicating very profoundly with a sheep. And looking into the sheep's eyes. And of course the sheep was not communicating back very much because it's just like a death pit. You know, they got this little kind of bar. That was not the highlight of my existence. If I'm reborn, I don't think I'll be doing that again. You know, sheep are just not human. They're just not human. You know? They really aren't. You know? There's something else. They live in a world where they have a completely different experience. They're absolutely alien. You know? And if we see that, then we can think, well, a sheep's vision of the world is not like mine. So in this world that I am in, walking around, I'm passing creatures that I think, well, that's a sheep, that's a cow, that's a dog. But what that is, I have no clue. What it's like to be a dog. Poo. What is that like? A world that's so much more about the sense of smell than ours. We really don't know what that is. But we could imagine that if something is there, and if we think, well, that's a sentient being, and if we imagine that that's an experience generated out of karma, we also can go there. But if you're a dog, you can't read and write, you can't speak. All the freedoms that we have in our wonderful human bodies, dogs, cows, cats, goats, they just don't have. And it's a slightly anthropomorphic world that we have when we project onto these animals character, personality, freedom and choice. We actually see that they're much more instinctually constrained. And when we look at ourselves and we see when we get overwhelmed by our instincts, we often don't do very well. So imagine to live entirely at the mercy of your instincts, especially not to have any hands. Imagine going through life nose first. But it's very naked, isn't it? Just out there. Because instinctively we like to kind of protect ourselves. So understanding karma in this way, it really is a kind of wake-up call. And Buddhism is saying this world can be a fantastic, from the point of view of Tantra, it can be a fantastic mandala in which the form of the deity, as we see here, like Padmasambhava, when we visualize Padmasambhava, we imagine in front of us a clear blue sky and the deity arising in that with a translucent body, almost like a transparent body, glowing with light, so that there is form, but the emptiness of the form is manifest. It's as if you can see Padmasambhava, but you could almost look through him as well. It's not a substantial flesh and blood body. And when Padmasambhava speaks or says something, it's the sounds of mantra. Mantra the root is manas, mind, and tra is a root that means to protect. A mantra is a mind protector, and it protects the mind by limiting the expansion of ruminative thought, discursive thought, conceptual elaboration. So that if you're saying Omahung, 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 or Omahung, Manapin Mihung, or whatever, sound is coming out, but it's not sound that really means anything. I mean, you can put a gloss on a mantra, but it's not so important. It's just sound and emptiness. Blah, 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 blah. Breath, vibration in the voice box. The idea of a mantra is that it is the powerful sound of emptiness. It's essentially blah, blah, but blah, blah plus. New enriched blah, blah. Blah, blah that makes good things happen. And the power of the mantra to make things happen is not embedded in its semantic content, but in its energetic movement. Just as our speech is very often gestural, the meaning, the semantic content of what somebody says is a little bit of it, the message, isn't it? But a lot of it is the tone of voice, the pulsive quality, the intensity, the clickness of tone, and all the rest of it. That's what really impacts us, the energetic quality. So that's what mantra is about. And then we imagine Padmasambhava's mind as open like the blue sky, where everything can come and go easily. No traffic jams. Just things arise and pass. And so the thoughts don't snarl in with each other. They don't build things up. They're there, fresh, vivid, and then gone. So at the end of the meditation, that's what we do. We take this vision out into the world, where we see everything as form and emptiness, radiant like the body of the deity. All the sounds that we hear, car doors slamming, children screaming, people talking, is just sound and emptiness. Just a sound, pang, wah, whoo. Without building on it and saying, oh, that means that, or where was that, oh God, is that my car? Or instead of jumping onto the sound, into it, turning it into a vehicle for meaning, we just stay with it in its expressive gestural form. And with our own mind, we relax and we allow our mind to be a space in which many things can arise. Rather than saying, my mind is my mind, I am the guardian and the owner and the controller of my sphere of mental experience, we say, my mind is open, receptive, welcoming, and empty. If this is coming, let it come and let it go. If that's coming, let it come and let it go. Because all of these thoughts are empty and impermanent. They arise and they pass, and on that mode, they leave no trace. Thoughts start to leave a trace when we, in our attachment, grasp onto them, get involved in them, and then build up from that. So that path is very much just about trusting to the transformatory power of the heart connection with the deity. And that's the essence of Tantra. Dzogchen has many similarities with Tantra, but is rather different. Because the structure of Tantra in the early days was quite wild and crazy. The people who first practiced Tantra in India were outsider people. They tended to be people of low caste, with low-quality occupations, people who washed other people's clothes for a living, potters, prostitutes, wine sellers, and so on. They weren't high-class people. They weren't Brahmins particularly. People on the margin. And it was these people on the margin who brought the body back into Buddhism. Because of the domination of the monastic orders, the body had a very negative reading. The body was a site of temptation. The body was a place where you get lost. Whereas in Tantra, the body is very important. That's why we see many of these Tantric deities in sexual congress. Because sexuality is a play of energy in the body. If we get sexually aroused, our breath changes, blood supply changes, our gaze changes. We become focused into what's going on. The rest of the world falls away. That energy could be seen as an energy of lostness if you're trying to maintain a calm focus as a monk, or it could be seen as a very powerful resource, which, if you take it into a meditative state, can become a useful support for awakening, which is what was done in Tantra. Also with alcohol. If you drink some alcohol, you kind of loosen up. The first effect of alcohol is a kind of depressant of anxieties and tension, so there's a kind of release. You become a bit disinhibited. So more of how you are starts to reveal itself. There's a kind of spontaneity. So rather than kind of working hard all week and then just getting pissed on Friday night, as is very common, where you have too much tension and then crazy release, taking a mindful movement into alcohol and experiencing in a kind of attuned meditative way the impact of alcohol on the body, you start to experience the body in its more dynamic, moving way. You loosen up. Yeah? And so linked to that was dancing, linked to that was singing, linked to that was poetry, and linked to that, because it's clearly going in the direction of a party, has to be fancy dress. You don't really want to go to a party dressed as a monk or a nun. So that's why you get to wear a wee hat. You get wee jingly earrings and all these things that yogis wear. Animal skins and so on. I mean, very popular, isn't it? A few years ago, all the women were wearing leopard skin leotards and all the rest of it. It takes you right back to the days of Heruka. And that spirit of freedom and engagement and the sense that meditation can be taken proactively, intentionally into the world, that meditation is not some weak, fragile flower that has to be protected from the exigencies of day-to-day interaction, but rather meditation is a heightened sensibility, which, if it is brought into the world, allows more of world experience to reveal itself. So it becomes a support for the revelation of the innate beauty and givenness of life as it unfolds. And that's the real value of Tantra. Of course, as it came into Tibet and into a monastic structure, it became constrained. Just as, a couple of hundred years after Shakespeare, his texts were Baudelarized. They put all the dirty bits out and the nasty bits out and the bad words out, so that nice girls at good boarding schools could read Shakespeare without blushing. And so you get Tantra for virgins, Tantra for monks. So it all becomes simply visualization and not enacted through the body at all. And there's advantages and disadvantages for that. In the Nyingma sect, because it tends to be a lineage where people go into relationships and develop stable married relationships or unstable relationships, but anyway, they're in relationships, sexual relationships, and they're in the world with jobs. They're not living in apart meditative communities as monks and nuns. The life of Tantra can be enacted through the body. It's not seen as dangerous to a state of control, because instead of having control as something imposed on a chaos which is always about to break through, rather you take it right in, just as if you're playing jazz. You can't impose order onto it like a conductor working with an orchestra. It's not an orchestration or a choreographer for dance. The musicians playing have to be able to feel the horizontal pulse and development of the music. So they have to be able to not just hear, but kind of feel all through their body when the saxophone's rising, and they know then when to pull back. That you don't play in a competitive way. You're not trying to mark out an individual territory, but you have to feel in a very direct, embodied way when the time is right, and you move out of it, and then that goes back and someone else moves in, just as you would do if you were doing dance improvisation or a theatre workshop. You take your place, but you take your place through it. Just as back in primary school, remember skipping games? You've got two girls with a rope, and you stand there and you go, and then when you've got the rhythm in your body, you're in. But if you jump before you got the rhythm, you whack the rope, isn't it? So that's what Tantra is really about, is how to be able to feel on a very subtle and yet open level the rhythms of the world and move into them. So it's about a profound kind of empathic attunement on many, many different levels, hearing the world as rhythm, as tune, as melody, which of course is dynamic and unfolding and unpredictable. You have to be there. You have to be on your toes. You know, if you're playing in an orchestra, in the summer I go in London to Holland Park because I like the opera, and it's outside in a tent, and you sit looking down, they've got the orchestra pit, and you see the poor guy at the back with the timpani, and it's 20 minutes, nothing for me to do, and he's looking around and looks kind of bored. Then the time's coming as Lucia de Lammermoor falls down, you know. That's because he's got the music printed out. He knows what's coming. He can afford to be distracted. But in life, do any of us know what music's coming? We just don't know. You know, we've got to be in there, because this moment will not be repeated. If we're somewhere else, it won't happen again. And that's the big difference, is that when we grow up, our culture, our parents, our schools say, this is the rule book for your existence. If you follow this rule book, life will work out not too bad. Get a good job, settle down, check it out, that'll be fine, all the way through. It's not true. It's a comforting lie. It's just like Father Christmas. Except we wake up from Father Christmas usually at the age of 5 or 6. We don't wake up from this universal rule book, many of us, until we're dead. We just don't get it, that there is no rule book that tells you how to live. A mistake is simply a mistaking of a situation. If you take it wrong, you go out and you take something else in the next one. You can't go back and retake it. You can't retake your exams. It's daft. You have to take another exam, which will be a different exam paper. You're not retaking your O-levels. You're doing another bloody thing, which will be different. But this time, you can do it with more preparation, more openness, more attention. In that way, we have to have hope. We have to have faith. We have to believe that what happened was not so bad. Otherwise you think, I failed it last time. I'm not going to do it any better. What's the point of study? I'm going to leave school. I think you should say, no, I don't want to stay here. It's useless. I can't do this. My brother can do it, but I can't do it. Lots of kids say that. They get a fixed definition, and they are now conditioned by an event as if it was a definition of the limits of their being. Whereas one of the functions of Tantra is to show the illusory nature of all these points. So there is never, ever a final moment. It's just the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. So this has gone down. What's next? What's next? Being here now means you are not contaminated by the mistakes of the past. They fall off you. You have plenty of chance to make new ones in the moment. But each time you made a mistake, it's gone. It's gone. And this is very important. Because without hope, we tend to go into a bunker mentality and try to make life comforting and safe. And in that way, we deny ourselves the possibility of awakening. So, the different kinds of meditation all have a particular function. That thing we were doing there, briefly focusing the mind in order to become more calm, is not because it's good to be calm just for its own sake. according to tradition, in this realm of reincarnation that we go round and round in, the very highest realms of it are states of formless meditation, achieved by great meditators who were able to still the flow of thoughts for a very long time. And people in these states exist for hundreds of thousands of years without any physical manifestation and without any movement in the mind. They have a kind of latent consciousness which is completely undisturbed, like a very long, dull sleep. And that exists as a production from the karma of the meditation they've done before. And then after a while, karma shifts and some thoughts start to arise, and then they get caught up in their thoughts, and then they come back into more disturbed places in samsara. So just to try to block thoughts and make the mind calm is not in itself inherently useful. We use this practice to be able to develop a capacity through non-identification, through non-fusion with thoughts, to be able to start to examine what is the nature of thought. And this is very important in Dzogchen. In the same way, we develop compassion in Mahayana Buddhism, not just because it's good to be kind to people. Most people in the world would agree that it's good to be kind to people, but through an intense development of altruism, of putting the other first, it acts as a kind of depth charge below the surface of our existence and lets us see how deeply self-preoccupied we are. The more we go out and try to help people, the more we start to feel that rubber band pulling us back. But what about me? I've done all that for you. Where were you for me? And the more we get that, it starts to let us see, there's something always cooking underneath. Every gift I give is actually a boomerang. I'm waiting for it to come back. And so the meditation is both what it is on its surface level, but it has a deeper function for trying to help us see something about ourselves. It's the same in Tantra. There are various layers of Tantra practice. The first stages focus on purification, in which traditionally, before you would do any ritual practice, you would take a bath, you would put on clean white clothes, you would then prepare offerings of beautiful fresh flowers, of pure substances like milk and yogurt and butter and nice sugar, very sweet, delicious things, things that anybody would say, oh, that's lovely. Nobody could take any offense at that. And you regard the Buddhas as very wonderful, glorious people, radiant like kings and queens, and you are like a kind of humble courtier, saying, oh, big, strong, shining people, please give nice things to me, who am a very small, stupid, useless person. Then, as we progress further into Tantra, we make more radical kind of offerings. We start to offer meat. We start to offer alcohol. We offer things which are disturbing, which involve killing, which involve intoxication. We can offer more radically human flesh. We can offer dog flesh. We can offer feces. We can offer urine. Now you might think, why would anybody want to put a little plate of poo for the Buddha? Some poo for you. Well, we have a body. In our body is shit. When the shit comes out, you say, Well, most people don't even go, They go, Go away, not me. Where did this poo come from? Me. When you're very small, you say, "Mummy, Mummy, look, I did." But when you get bigger, you don't want to do that so much. It's very important, because if shit smells bad and shit comes out of you and you think shit is dirty, what does that mean about you? You take in nice food this end and you put out stinky poo that end. You are a machine for turning lovely things into nasty things. Isn't it? Terrible. If you really believe that, shit is bad and food is good, then you have a basic dualism. You say, put the good things on one side and the bad things on the other. Then your freedom to move in the world is always restricted, because you are afraid, what will happen if my good substance gets mixed with a bad substance? Like I was saying, in the first level of Tantra, every offering should be very pure. So that if you were going to offer, say, even some say nice rock sugar, and it fell on the ground, you pick it up and you dust it, and think, oh, I shouldn't offer that because it's already got dirty. Somehow, even if the dust has come off, you feel, oh, symbolically it has become contaminated, and only the very purest things should be offered. But before lunch we were looking at emptiness. We have sugar, and we have some dust, and even the dust is now gone, but something has been sullied. Something is now less than it should be. Now, is purity really, really pure? What is the inherent self-nature of purity? Maybe purity is a construct. Purity is a notion which exists only in relation to impurity. If we don't have a notion of impurity, how will we have purity? So, I believe this sugar, which was pure, has now been contaminated by proximity to something bad. The sugar is real, the polluting agent is real, and the result is the contamination is real. This is the situation that we have. Yeah? But if that is the case, then it becomes very, very difficult to know what to do. Because it means that any kind of dirt which arrives has the power to remove the purity. Whatever purity you achieve is then very easily destroyed. It's like in some cultures, virginity is very highly prized, and if a woman is unfortunate enough to be raped, she's then unmarriageable. This is an abomination. This is a terrible distortion which comes from our patriarchal reading, and we see how it is used politically to punish people in many cultures, where an attack on the male pride and the male ego is enacted through raping a woman in the family. It's disgusting, but we can also see the logic of it. The logic is, here we have pure, here we have impure. If you make the pure impure, then you have power over these people. To be able to make something that someone regards as holy disgusting is very useful if you want to destroy them. So, when the Muslims were invading India at first, one of the things that they would do was to cut the heads off cows and throw them into the Hindu temples. Because cow's blood, in particular, is not a nice thing if you're a Hindu. You really don't want to have any contact with that. So the Hindus would then get a pig, cut the head off the pig and throw it into the mosque. Because then people go, oh my God, now what can we do? We can't pray here. This is now completely defiled. So and have to knock it down, build another one. So it's very, very good if you know how to piss on someone else's food. Very helpful if you want to cause trouble. But the function of Tantra is to try to see the whole world, the whole universe, every aspect of it, like a mandala, which means that it is all pure. If it's all pure, that means what you think is impure is pure. Because the purity that it has is not the purity of the juxtaposition of good, bad, clean, dirty, pure, impure. It's not a dualistic frame of reference. Rather, it is that being devoid of inherent self-nature, it has no basis on which an attribute like pure or impure could really abide. When there is space, when there is emptiness, what will contaminate it? The clouds cover the sky, the wind blows, the clouds move along, and there's the sky again, clear blue sky. What happens when you have a substance and another substance gets onto it? You have something which creates a kind of compound. But if you understand that even what appears to be a compound is devoid of inherent self-nature, what will be able to take up the marking? You can stain your shirt, you can throw paint on your walls, but even if you take a big bucket of black paint and you throw it up in the air, the only thing that will get covered is yourself when it comes back down. It will not stick in the air. If we understand emptiness and the nature of space, it does not get marked. There is no ground for contamination in that which is essentially pure. This is enormously important, and this is why in the higher tantric practices the offerings that are made are offerings which would normally cause us to say, how could you do that? That's disgusting. So it means you have to look, what is disgusting? What is the basis of the discrimination that you make? This is pure, this is not pure. This is good, this is not good. Because it is exactly this kind of dualistic thinking which is the basis for all the troubles that we have. We get these troubles in terms of people's prohibitions around food, prohibitions around marriage, what kind of person can marry what kind of person. We get these prohibitions in terms of jobs. In Western Europe, many of these prohibitory categories have been collapsed in the last 100 years. Now women do many of the jobs which traditionally only men did. But even so, new kinds of discrimination come into being all the time, in which some attitude or some behavior is installed as an absolute limit. For example, this consecration in America of a bishop who is overtly gay. Then many other bishops from other parts of the Anglican Church say, no, you cannot be gay and a bishop. These are two categories which you cannot put together, because they are back to back, they are antithetical, they are contradictory. It is impossible to have that. And we see there how the lines inside people's minds cause them to create walls which block off possibility. That the purity of the Anglican Church will be blocked by this dreadful act. But of course the Bible also talks, as I'm sure you all know, it's been in the papers a lot, it also talks about keeping slaves. If this bishop was to have a slave plantation, but only be interested in vaginal sex, would that make him a good bishop? The Bible might say that's okay. This is our problem, that each time the culture changes, we close down one bad area and we open into another bad area and another. It's very difficult in the human dimension to have a really open heart and say everything in this world is okay. Because then, of course, you might say, well, if we are saying that there's nothing wrong with offering shit to the Buddha, what about human sacrifice? Why shouldn't we kill people? Well, one of the reasons that killing people is not a good idea is that other people don't belong to us. Our rights of appropriation and mastery over others is always an abomination, but particularly it's an abomination because we don't really have very much mastery over ourselves. Bossing other people around is easy. Even getting myself to do the things that I need to do in the course of a day is very hard, because I'm avoidant. I leave bits of work to do right to the end of the day because I don't want to do them. Sometimes an envelope comes in. No. put that somewhere else, and that other envelope looks more friendly, so open that one first. Have the nice things first and the nasty things after. In that way, controlling ourselves is very, very hard. Controlling other people is in the same dimension where we have objects that we want to put in certain situations. But the main purpose of Buddhist teaching is to try to understand the absence of entities. So any action which involves moving towards the world in terms of appropriation and annihilation of entities is fundamentally forbidden. Forbidden not because it is bad in the sight of some god, but forbidden because it is a complete misunderstanding of what's there. We ourselves have no enduring inherent self-nature. We ourselves are always changing contextually as we looked before, but we also don't want to die. So if we don't want to die, having already studied some of these things, having already done some meditation, we can imagine that other people who haven't had that benefit certainly don't want to die. And moving towards others in an aggressive way, saying, if you don't do what I want, I will kill you, it always begins inside a structure of thinking. Real separate people have real separate agendas which are oppositional to mine. And the whole basis of Tantric practice is to try to move away from this. So in the offerings, we bring ourselves into relationship with categories which exist in our mind, and we start to see how, when we transgress that category definition, when we go over the edge, we feel huge anxiety. Now, if you recall, just before lunch, we were looking at the 3 levels of ignorance. And in the second level, the ignorance which is about naming all things, shaping them, kuntutape maripa. This is exactly what is put into question through the offerings of higher Tantra. Because if shit is not impure, then what is the meaning of shit? But we live in a world where we can ascribe value and quality and status to everything we meet. You just go into a shop, you're looking for a sweater, you pick it up there. Yeah. You can see immediately, your eyes very quick, you see the stitching, you see the quality of the wool, you put it, you think, oh, the wind will blow right through that, you put it back again. Yeah. That's what we're very good at. You go to the marketplace, you pick up some tomatoes, terrible. We always are putting things in places. We do nothing but pigeonholing all day long. Good, bad, mine, yours, useful, not useful. And this is the function of ignorance. It looks like a function of intelligence. And of course, on a relative level, on an ordinary level, it is very intelligent. If you go shopping and you bring home rotten vegetables, there's no benefit in that. Well, there's a benefit for the person selling them to you, because you couldn't sell them to anyone else, but there's not a profound benefit. So, discrimination is, of course, essential. You have to know, if you drive a car, you need to look at the tire and you need to see, is there enough tread on that tire? Because otherwise you become dangerous on the road. We're not talking on that level. We're talking on the level prior to that, because the tread of the wheel is necessary simply for a function in the world. We're talking about the capacity to discriminate, which doesn't just see manifestation and adjust it according to function, but which appropriates it and places it in classes as if it had a true existence, a true nature. Now, this is the real thing. When we think there is a radical, real difference to something in this category from in that category. Because this is the function of control. I can know what's what, and by exerting my control, I can make the world arrive the way I want it to arrive. This is what is very dangerous. And then, again, in the higher Tantra, we move from very peaceful gods at first, like Tara, sitting, smiling, looks very nice, she will protect you, to more wrathful gods who have flames all around them, who have wings, who are draped in elephant skins, tiger skins, and so on, whose faces and bodies are covered in ash from the cemetery, who wear a rouge on their cheeks of blood from corpses, and so on. These are not very nice-looking people. These are rather terrifying. So, here is somebody who looks like a demon, and we say this is a god. We say, oh, holy blood drinker, please save all sentient beings. Huh? Very important. If you pray to somebody who looks dangerous, what is the meaning of that? The meaning is, who is kind and who is unkind? Somebody who is very sweet might let you off the hook. They might provide solace and comfort, but they might never say, just grow up. Get a life. What are you doing? Come on now. They won't challenge you. But if you have someone like at the back there, looks very dangerous, that person is not going to say very sweetly to you, life's been very hard. They're not going to say that. They're going to say, you are a waste of space. Wake up. Isn't it? What else do you think a Heruka would say? Well, just say, you're rubbish, you're useless, you're a dreamer, you waste your whole life in blah blah and kaka. Wake up, get on. What are you doing? What's the problem? I'm in flames, the whole world is in flames. This is a burning up place, this is not safe. You want little snooze time. Teletubbies. But if you want the Teletubbies, then you pray to Tara. But of course Tara also has some angry forms and she'll bite your head. These gods are dangerous because the world is dangerous. But they're also dangerous because you cannot judge a book by its cover. You cannot know that sweet people are always sweet and ugly-looking people are always dangerous. There are many ugly people with beautiful hearts. In the last month, the nicest person I've seen was a homeless woman who came up to me as I was leaving the hospital. Her neck was a bit full. She was small. She had big, shiny eyes, and we had a very strange conversation for about 5 minutes. But for about 3 days afterwards, I felt like I was in a warm bath. There was something radiant shining out of this woman. But she looked completely mad, and, if she had crossed the door into the clinic, we would have thought she was mad. But there was something alive in her that I was really touched by. We assume we can see people's qualities by how they present. Something looks sweet, you think it's sweet. Something looks dangerous, you think it's really dangerous. But it's not like that. Dangerous things can have a good function. If you're going for an operation, it's not normal that the surgeons will take you into the operating theatre and introduce you to the things that will be used to cut you open. Because most people will faint at that point. We really don't want to know too much what the surgeon's going to do. They say, into your hands I place myself, and can I have the anesthetic first? But these knives that the surgeon has, they are for good. The difference between an operating theatre and a torture room is not all that great. Many torture chambers have doctors in them as well. People who know exactly how to stop someone dying so that they can take more pain. But the difference is in the intention. So although the tools that a doctor uses, saws, things for cracking open bones, look horrible. You think, oh God. But the person doing that does that. Oh, let's make this person better. This is exactly the situation of Heruka. Someone like Vajrakilaya is very sharp, very pointed. But this is like a doctor's knife. It is cutting into the heart of the 5 poisons, taking out the cancerous growths of egotism, of reification, of attachment to self. So we have to believe that the function is the dictate. Function is the most important thing, not how things look. And in that way we start to see that everything in the world can have a good function if the intention is useful. Many medicines can be made out of very ugly looking plants. Medicines can be made out of pieces of animals' bodies and so on. That can be very, very helpful. So things that look ugly or dirty or strange can be enormously helpful. And so in Tantric practice, we're all the time trying to expand our repertoire of possible engagement with the world. Not turning away, not starting from an assumption, a prejudice, but being open to the situation and thinking, what resources do I need so that I can be open and engaged with this situation, rather than turning away. So now we come really to Dzogchen. Zopa Chenpo refers to a line of teachings which exist both in Buddhism and in the Burn religion and in various other schools as well. There are many differences between different Tibetan schools as to whether Dzogchen is legitimate or illegitimate. At certain periods in time, Gelugpa sect has said it's not legitimate, although the fifth Dalai Lama himself wrote many texts on it, and the present Dalai Lama is very in favor of Dzogchen and has taught about it many times. The basic notion is that between samsara and nirvana there is no real difference. This is a view shared with the higher tantras. And that the mind is the key thing. The key object of refuge is not some external form, some symbolic form like the Buddha or even the teachings of the Buddha or the Holy Sangha. It's not a meditational deity. It's not even a human guru. Nor is it a dakini, a feminine energetic form. It's not even the realized structures of the mind, the three kayas, but it is our own mind itself. If we recognize the nature of our own mind, then all the limitations which have been accumulated for millions of lifetimes can vanish in that moment. As Milarepa said, if you recognize this in the morning, you're a Buddha in the morning. If you recognize it in the evening, you're a Buddha in the evening. So then we have the question, what is our mind? The mind we are used to thinking about is this consciousness, which is a kind of thought processing factory. Thoughts and feelings are juxtaposed, put into relationship, so that patterns of meaning can be developed. This is not the real nature of our mind. This is the patterns of energetic flow which create the passing dreamlike structures which we take to be how things are. In Dzogchen, the real question is, who is the one who is having this experience? All of us are sitting here, sitting in different ways in our body, sitting, listening to things I'm saying, having your own thoughts, maybe drifting off. You are each having an experience. In that sense, we know that each of us is alive. We think, oh yeah, I am here. Yeah? So the question is, who is the one who is here? If we say, I'm here, we go forward into ourselves, we identify with ourselves as this manifesting presence. This is me. But the next moment, I'm now doing something else. Now my hand's going here, now my hand's going here. So moment by moment, this is me, but there's not much clarity or continuity in that. That is to say, although in the moment of identification, this is me, that is identification with a manifestation which is changing. So to say this is me is to say I'm unreliable, I'm changing, I don't know who I am. It's a bit disturbing, something's gone wrong there. But we keep doing it, and we keep doing it, and we keep doing it fast enough, and everybody agrees to be in this folie à deux. And we deceive ourselves to imagine that that is who we are. But in the very moment where I say, this is me, I feel tired, my back's a bit sore, I'd like to go for a walk, so on. Many, many thoughts can arise. Each one I go into, I say, yes, I am having this thought, this is what I believe. That is a movement, yeah? Where is the one who is aware of the movement? Where are they in relation to that movement? Are they inside the thing which is moving? Are they standing apart? If they're standing apart, where is it? So we could do that for a moment. We just, without moving in the thing or particularly trying to meditate, just observe yourself in the present moment of being yourself and try to get a felt sense of who is the one who is having this experience. Okay, so what sort of experiences do you have with that?
Just the experience, nobody experiencing it at all.
Right.
It's not a one even.
Right. So you're right in there.
To ask us to use words to describe something which is beyond words is a difficult process.
It is a difficult process, but a lot of it is the fact that we don't even get to look at what is beyond language because we have an immediate identification with language, that we don't experience language as a formal representational system that our awareness stands in relation to. We inhabit language as if it was as much part of us as our fingers. And we experience thinking as moving these things around in pretty much the same way as we move our digits around. And this is very important because when we say that there is an absence of inherent self-nature, that there is no solid, substantial basis for self, we still do carry a sense of some continuity of being. And not just a being with a big B, just the fact that somehow something's going on, but that I have a continuity of being. That I am able to recognize that I am the same person today as who arrived in Macclesfield last night. So my constructs about who I am become a kind of bedrock, although as we get a sense, not a stable bedrock, almost like a kind of pontoon bridge. It sort of moves as we step across it. Yet somehow it seems to give us the sense that I go on being. And I go on being me, even as I have different thoughts, feelings and sensations. But, and as you're rightly pointing out, when we reflect in that way, we use linguistic formations. We say, I am me having this experience. And that looks like the light coming on. It looks like I'm explaining something useful to myself, but I'm actually confusing myself in the moment that I think I'm being intelligent and understanding myself. Because the mind is not a thought. In the traditional presentation of Dzogchen, we say, in order to understand it, we can say, the mind is like a mirror. When you look into a mirror, you see many things. You can see your own reflection. You can see many shapes reflected in it. These reflections appear to be inside the mirror, but if you take the mirror and you turn it around and point it in different directions, it keeps filling up with new images and emptying out of the prior images. So the mirror is filling and emptying, but the image that was in it before, when it goes out, it doesn't leave any trace at all. If you have a glass and you fill it with water and you pour the water out, there are always some drops that cling to the inside of the glass. But this mirror empties itself without any trace at all. So the qualities of the mirror are that it is empty and that it has a clarity or the potential to display images. The images in the mirror exist as a manifestation, but they don't have any separate self-existence because they exist in relation to each other and cannot define for themselves the place they will take up, because they arise in the interplay between the event that's reflected and the reflective surface of the mirror. When we see this in relation to our own mind, we move, we speak, we talk, we have thoughts. Each of these is an event which is arising and passing in time. The registering of these events happens both on the open dimension of the mirror, which is empty of any inherent content itself. That is to say, there is no semantic, there is no conceptual content in the mirror itself. The mirror just opens to whatever arises. Our mind entertains, welcomes, provides hospitality to a huge range of arisings, and then lets them go. The arisings themselves, as they come and manifest, don't have any true self inside them. They are just patterns of arising. One of the patterns of arising is, I'm thinking these thoughts. I'm speaking to you. I am James Lowe. I have come from London. When I lose my sense of an open awareness in which the arising, I am James Lowe, comes and goes, when I collapse from this infinite openness of the state of the mirror into an identification with this momentary arising, I am James Lowe, and it's as if I invest that with myself, and that then reflects back to me. I am this enduring object. Although that thing is empty and passing through, very transient, the energetic relationship of attachment I have to it tricks me into believing that something substantial has been created. Just as when you go to the cinema, in the back room, they have these boxes of film, and the film is, as we all know, just little serial moments. It's locked into the machine, and it starts to turn at the right speed. And if you're old enough like me, you can remember going when the machine would be starting up, and it would start to, and then it would get going in its right pace, and suddenly you would be in the movie. Even when you know that the movie is a construct, you get taken in. You surrender your open awareness, this is just a movie. If the movie is good, it somehow kind of catches you, and you're in the movie, and then the self-reflective place where you think, I am watching a movie, it just vanishes, isn't it? It's like if you're reading a good novel, that's what you want to happen. It's hellish lying in bed at night with a novel and you can't get into it, and you think, what am I doing? You know I'm reading a novel. God, I really am reading it. It's hard work. Yeah? But if you get a good book, you're right in it. It's fantastic. Now, unfortunately, Samsara is a very, very good book. So we get right in it, and we're going it, and one book finishes, we pick up another one. Chapter after chapter, life after life, we are in this movie, we are in this book. So the function of the practice, which builds on all the other kinds of practice, is to relax the attention back from its merged identification, its merged fusion, its merged attachment in the arising, as if the arising was a real existing true self, a real existing true object. And when we do that, then we start to see our mind is an awareness which is not established anywhere in our body. And in fact, what I call my body is not a house sheltering my mind, which is somehow in here, but rather this whole experience I have of being me cannot be separated from my experience of being you, and so subject and object are arising together as an infinite dance or interplay within the realm of the mirror, which is my natural state or true presence or awareness. This is what is called Rigpa. Rigpa doesn't mean a kind of searchlight, but more it is the natural luminosity of the space within which everything reveals itself. It's like in the early morning before the sun has risen and you get this soft light that just fills the world. Everything is there but not standing out sharply. That's the kind of quality of Rigpa. But the Rigpa has many aspects, but we maybe have time to look at them later. But this is really the key thing. So whenever we find ourselves in a state of identification with any arising, whether that arising appears to be on the object side or on the subject side, on Yul or Yul Chen, we have to see that what we take as subject and object reveals itself as being devoid of inherent self-nature, so that the object has no quality. In the more traditional technical language, we see that the actuality of the object is actually chunyi, which is a quality of chuying. That is to say that the empty side of any object can never be removed. Whenever we perceive an object, it is only the shimmering, glimmering quality of emptiness itself. In the same way, on the side of the subject, what we take to be my mind as a house or an identity that I have or express or manifest is in fact the radiance of the ground nature. So Sem, as the mind, the conscious mind that is thinking, reveals itself as Senyi, which is mind when it's inseparable from emptiness. In a sense, nothing is changed, and yet everything is changed. It's like, if somebody has been adopted and they've never been told they're adopted, and then suddenly they're told they're adopted, it suddenly makes sense. This happened to somebody who I'm seeing at the moment, and all his life as a child he's thinking, my father doesn't smell right. My father doesn't smell right. It wasn't a conceptual thought. It's like, doesn't smell like me. What is this? And then later, this man, his father, dies when he's about 36. And then his mother says, oh, he wasn't your father. It's like that. We are like that. This is how we are all living. We think we know who our mum and dad are. Completely wrong. You were not born from your mother and father. Very bad. Your mother is emptiness. And your father is compassion or method or energy. When emptiness and energy move together, everything comes into existence. This is our true mother and father. We are constantly being reborn in this energetic moment through the eternal copulation of these forces. This is why in the higher Tantra we see the Buddhas engaged in sexual congress. This is not two people making love. This is the eternal interplay of these forces of emptiness and energy, or emptiness and awareness. And this is the basis for every moment. Everything that we are experiencing just now is arising in emptiness. Nothing ever escapes out of emptiness. This is why it says in the text, it is unborn and unceasing. Kewa mepa gatpa me. Because it's unborn, it doesn't come out of your mother's belly. Now, who is your mother? If your mother is empty, it means you've always been inside emptiness. You never came out. We say, this is my name. I went to this school. I'm from this country. My favorite color is, I can't bear eating this. I define myself in many, many ways, and it looks like I can say, oh, I remember being a child. Oh, what about this? It looks like I exist. But when I say, oh, yes, when I was 5 I did that. Oh, what is that? That is energy arising in emptiness. The fact that I say, I live in London, is just blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. What is London? Blah, blah, blah. London is energy, an energetic field of manifestation, which is always, always in the process of emergence. The stability of London is the interpretation of London. It is the movement through representation where I make sense of London. I know what the train stations in London are. I know what the underground map of London is. All of these are thoughts and patterns which I generate and hold in my mind. But what do they establish? If I speak on that level with someone else who's interested in these things, it seems very important. If we go to Crewe railway station, we will see people there with their little cameras taking pictures of very ugly diesel engines. If it was a steam engine, I could imagine it. But, I mean, that's a sign. In Glasgow, we have these poor junkies who, when they can't get heroin, they inject temazepam. Now, temazepam is a dreadful drug to stick in your veins. But how could that be worse than taking a video of a diesel engine? That is hardcore addiction. Ian Allen Train Spotters Club. You remember this? Writing down all these numbers of train engines. This is samsara at its worst, where the fact that you have seen a train going by has to be written down so you can show somebody, yourself. I have seen all the train engines in England. And now what? Like people who can remember the names of all the people who've ever played football for Manchester United. And so what? But we can also say, oh, I can speak 5 languages. And so what? I'm a nice person. And so what? I can cook all of it. And so what? These things arise. We are attached to them. We invest them with signification. We seek out the people who like the things we like we meet together in this little room. We are the Buddhist nerdy train spotters.
What about people who remember every name of every Lama from every country from
Exactly.
every time?
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's
Very meaningful human activity.
right. But not really.
But not really, yeah.
Not
But that's what we do. We create what is meaningful to ourselves.
Right.
For some people it's playing golf, for some people it's gardening. Clearly all of these things, they're not wrong, they're not bad. But what we can observe is how when you invest something with meaning, it starts to shine, and when you take that meaning out, it feels awful. And many people have had that experience in love affair. And it's a very horrible feeling when you've experienced somebody filling you up with meaning, and then they suck it back out again. And you're thinking, ooh, this is not very nice. Come back. Huh? Now, on an outer level, we can see how that functions. But the function of the meditation is to try to recognize on an inside level how that is occurring. Now, there's a very simple way in that we start to do for examining ourselves. In the paths that we've looked at up to now, they all stress a particular kind of effort. If you're a monk or a nun, or you're practicing mindfulness, you have to keep your mind on your breath or an external object, and you have to try to resist impulses. If you are practicing according to Tantra, you have to memorize the ritual, you have to do all the mudras and so on at the right time, and you have to maintain a particular orientation. It requires a lot of effort. In Dzogchen, the object of meditation is whatever presents itself. We are not putting in any special object of meditation. We are not visualizing a Buddha. We are not focusing on the breath. We simply relax and then attend to whatever occurs. Sounds very simple. However, in order to attend to what occurs, we have to be fresh and open and available. If we get caught up in the thoughts that have just gone and we start to pile thoughts on them, if we anxiously wait for future thoughts to arrive and become busy about them, we lose the spaciousness in which reality presents itself to us. So we want to relax and open into a state which is not exactly passive, but definitely not active. It is poised. Poised. And when things manifest, we give them space and let them go. When we relax, we want to move from our mind being our private concern, a concern where we have ownership. I am responsible to keep my house clean and tidy. So therefore, if my mind is like my house, I have to make sure I get nice clean thoughts, not dirty bad thoughts, compassionate thoughts, not selfish thoughts. But if we go out and we sit in the park, we don't own the park. The park belongs to the corporation. Of course, we pay for it through the poll tax, but put that to one side. We say this is a public park, doesn't belong to anyone, belongs to everyone. We imagine in the meditation, not as a visualization, but just as a metaphor, we imagine we are sitting in a public park. Things are happening. Someone's coming along shouting at their children. We think, oh, you shouldn't shout at your children, but no, my children, I'm not a social worker, do what you like. Somebody comes along, another can, little bag, clank, 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 clank. You want to get pissed? Get pissed. Not my job. I'm not on duty, I'm not in control, I'm not the owner of the premises. This is how we want to practice meditation. Whatever thoughts come, let them come. They're not mine. If you sit there stitching your little name labels as if you were being sent off to school, and every thought that comes to James Lowe, James Lowe. Okay, you're very, very busy, and you get a whole big box full of your own thoughts. Look what I got. This is not meditation. This is making samsara. So we want to relax, and whatever comes, comes. No matter how stupid our thoughts, if your mind is dull and heavy, just relax, be with what is dull and heavy. If your mind becomes very agitated and lots of buzzing thoughts come, just relax, give space to that. Don't try to control it. Don't try to change one kind of thought for another thought. Just be with the mind however it arises. If you become full of bodily sensation, don't worry about that. Just give space to it. Of course you should sit comfortably, not crushing your vertebrae, letting your skeleton support you, but just let whatever comes. We'll do the meditation, and I'll introduce it more precisely. We do it for about 10 minutes. With this kind of meditation, it's much better to do very short pieces frequently rather than too tight. So we sit comfortably. And before we had the idea that we would have our chin down. With this kind of practice, we have the chin slightly raised. We use open eyes, and we let our gaze rest in the space in front of us. Of course, when it's in this space, you can still see the wall and the people, but don't focus in on the wall or the people's heads. Maintain a relaxed, open, as if you were sitting on top of a hill gazing out into infinite space. Here we also have space, so relax into this space. And as we do that, we say together this sound Ah 3 times. Ah is said to represent emptiness. Ah is a very basic emptying anyway. Ah, you feel you're emptying yourself out. But it symbolizes the nature of emptiness or space itself. So as we say this, we imagine all the tensions, all the knots, all the problems that we have, just pouring out through the sound and dispersing in space. so that we remain relaxed and open. And then in this state, I'm relaxed and open, integrated with the space around me, not blocking visual sensation, not editing experience, not retreating into a meditation. I just stay present with whatever comes. And if you find yourself getting very caught up in something, don't push it away. Just very gently relax your awareness back into the openness. Okay, so we say 3 R's together, just taking a breath and let the sound out. Okay, so we look a little bit more at the view of Dzogchen and then do some more practice. Now, view is a very important concept because we are always viewing the world from some particular perspective. We cannot be without a view. Another way of describing a view would be an assumptive world, a world of our assumptions. And very often these assumptions are sort of subconscious. They're not very directly available to us for reflection. So we find ourselves forming opinions about things without particularly knowing why, but the opinion as it forms seems to fit. We think, oh yeah, that's the sort of opinion I would have. And in some kinds of therapies, for example CBT, they look a lot at the underpinning structures, the schemas which would generate how someone comes into the world. And these schemas are a kind of unconscious view or subconscious view. So one's already thinking, for example, I'm not a good person, or I'm an unlovable person, or I'm not a successful person. That belief or thought is not held very consciously, but it is a major determinant of a situation. So if you believe that you're incompetent, when you do an action, you're more likely to take a negative reading of the action you've done, which then reaffirms the core belief which has never been very conscious. You would know that you're a bit critical, but the criticism you make about yourself will feel justified because you'll think you're applying a rational criteria for the evaluation. And out of that process of criticism, drop by drop by drop, like honey, you're nourishing and feeding the core belief that you're incompetent and unlovable and a waste of space. So that's how karmic views operate all the time. We view the world from positions we don't even know we hold. And in Buddhism, each of these 9 levels, we talked about before, 9 vehicles, has its own particular view. And so the view is an intentional way of reconfiguring our relationship with the world. So in the view of Dzogchen, first thing is the answer does not lie in the object. The meaning of my life, the understanding of my existence, cannot be provided for me by any object in the world. There is no man, no woman, no possession, no book, no teaching as an object, as a thing which is going to remove my distress. Most of us spend our life looking out in the world for something. We look for the right house, the right partner, the right school for our kids, the right diet to have, the right hairstyle, and so on. People also worry now about the right funeral. You know, there's always something to worry about if you want. And already as we get older, we start to see all these things that I thought were right didn't last very long in their wonderful state of rightness. What was right became wrong. No object fills the gap, because the gap inside us, the longing, the space, the hunger, the need, is not a shape that an object could fill. You know, in Europe we have this old story that Ovid tells in the Metamorphosis of the, Cupid and Eros, and how Eros represents the fact that at one time all people were both male and female, that we were androgynous, and at a certain point, it's a long story, I won't tell it, but the male and female parts came apart. And so we say nowadays, that's my other half, or I'm looking for my missing part. And that's what that comes from, that the idea that there is someone somewhere who will make me complete. And the fixation of the romantic ideal causes us to project a huge amount of energy onto another person, as if somehow their presence close to us would magically heal all the wounds that we've been carrying. With the divorce rate in this country, that is clearly an absolute illusion, and a very sad and painful illusion for many people. Especially if you think, well, I'm sure I have met the right person, but I must have driven them away, or I wasn't good enough, or whatever, and people can be very, very cruel and self-attacking in that. From the point of view of Dzogchen, what is missing is the reintegration of ourself with ourself. That is to say, we have slipped into a false identification of what is essentially object as if it was subject. That is to say, as I am now speaking, and as you can see me in my body, everything that you see and hear of me is all object, not just for you, but for me as well. I exist for myself as a flow of experience. When I identify with that experience as myself, I turn my back on the question, who is the one who is having the experience? This is the most important question. Because, yes, I am talking, but there is also a state of awareness or presence in which and through which my words and gestures are arising. Yeah? So I am manifesting, and this manifestation is me, but it is also not the whole of me. I cannot be encapsulated just in my self-referential thoughts, which are of course invisible to you, but also my manifest activity. So it's not like there's a private bit of me that I alone have access to, and the rest of me you have access to. Both of these domains, what appears to be internal and private, what appears to be my personal domain of subjectivity, is also a process of manifestation. And in that sense, it is part of the flow of experience. So, inasmuch as I see you, and you arise as an experience for me, I also have the same relationship with myself. I am as much for myself an experience as you are for me. That is the point of non-duality, of subject and object. That I cannot be more real for me than you are for me, because you arise as an experience and I arise as an experience. Everything is just experience in that sense. Here, by experience, I don't mean the kind of memory sort of experience, I had that experience yesterday. I mean the moment-by-moment process of engaged revelation, how the world reveals itself to us. I reveal myself to myself, and you are revealed to me, and both of these are revelation. So in the image that we used before, You are a reflection arising in the mirror, and I am also a reflection arising in the mirror. The mirror aspect of my mind cannot be captured by names, by concepts, by labeling. It has no shape or form. It cannot be attributed. It has no top or bottom. It doesn't rest on anything. My mind itself, if I look for it, I can't find it. And although I can't find it, here I am. Something is manifesting. This manifestation is ceaseless, Dzogchen. It just keeps coming. And the manifestation of myself and your manifestation is without any interruption. That is to say, we say Dzogchen or Zangtal. It means subject and object have no differentiation. I appear to be in my bag talking out to you. But as we looked earlier today, my words arise because of you. You are the co-creators of my words. The line I draw between myself and others is an illusion, because what we call self, what we call other, only has the status of a reflection in a mirror. It manifests yet is devoid of inherent self-nature. Without the mirror, the reflection would not be revealed. So if we hold this image or metaphor in mind, here we are in the shining experience of reflection. What is the nature of the mirror? The mirror is pure presence. The mirror is an awareness which reveals without itself ever being revealed. You cannot really see what's in a mirror because it's always something else. You know, how could you look into a mirror and not see a reflection? But you want to see, well, what's behind the reflection? I want to see what's there. You cannot see a mirror in an appropriative way. But the mirrorness of the mirror is ungraspable. It is not an object. This is really, really important. Most of our lives we seek, as we look together at these three levels of ignorance, as soon as ignorance or confusion comes in, it brings anxiety, a kind of shock and confusion that spirals into dualistic interaction. What is essential is to observe for oneself that this energetic manifestation is only a reflection. It never, ever establishes anything real. All the stories that we tell about ourselves don't give us any true reality. We cannot be substantial because we are processional. We were talking about unimpeded, but objects impede each other. If I identify with my flesh and blood manifestation, other people are always getting in my way. If you live in a city like London, you know, nowadays everybody's just spaced out and they don't give a damn about each other. So you're walking down the street, people walk right into you. You know, three people and they're all chatting together. It's as if you don't exist. They push you right off the pavement. You think, what the hell is this? You know, you just don't exist. But that is the fact that if we occupy space and we are this separated person, it's very easy to start feeling the world as hostile and thinking, well, I've got to stand up for me. Whereas if we hold this felt sense of co-emergence, then this is one big dance stage. We're moving together. And so what's important is to stay in the dance. And it's pretty lonely dancing by yourself. You know, you've got these parties and everybody's sitting there and having a drink and you want to get up and dance. Oh, nobody going to dance. And you sit down again. Oh, this is really boring. But we have to dance because we can't help but dance. We are dancing. Huh? If we have our car in a place that blocks someone else's car, they can't move, they can't dance. And this is exactly what happens with our ego. We take up a position, but I'm entitled to this, or I need to do that, or why do you keep getting in my way? Why am I not able to do that? And whenever we lock solid as a person, we bang into other people. And then afterwards we look back and think, what was that all about? Oh God, I'm so sorry. Why was I doing that? I was just being stubborn and stupid. What on earth was the gain? I was saying, no surrender, thus far. This is really important. I will not give in on this issue. And after a while, you can't even remember what it was. You know, it's just gone. So, the more we see the co-emergent and subject and object as a dynamic, interactive place, if the other's blocked, why shouldn't we move? But we think, why do I have to give in? You won last time. You want to win again? It's always me. It's always me. I'm not doing it. Does it matter? You're walking in a straight line and there's a tree in front. You sit at the tree. Oi, move it. I met your brothers down the road. I walk around each of them. I'm not walking around you. It's daft. In fact, in India, in the old days, that was a very popular form of suicide. It was a ritual suicide, especially adopted by kings when they wanted to do a form of tapasya, of penance. They would make a vow to walk in a straight line, and if they hit an object, they just keep walking and stand there. And they wouldn't walk round it, and then they would starve to death and die. I don't know. I think it was in the Dandy or the Beano. Remember there was the blockheads. That's a pretty blockhead kind of activity. So being flexible, if you're focused on the dance, it can't be about winning or losing. If we're focused on the music, the interaction, the constant processing and being together, all that matters is participating. And that's one of the things we learn a bit about in primary school, in the playground, because you want to be in the gang. And so you give in, and you wanted to play cowboys and Indians, and they want to do skipping, so you do skipping, if you want to be in the game. But if you say, no, I'm only going to play this, then you stand in a corner like a real stookie. So, in terms of the nature of the mind, for many, many lifetimes, we have been identified solely with the level of manifestation. It feels problematic in all sorts of ways, but it also feels reassuringly familiar. And in the process of the meditation, we are seeking to relax back. In the traditional example, they say like pulling a hair out of a lump of butter. When you make butter in Tibet, they make it in a churn. And as they're churning it, if a hair gets in, and then the butter's packed together by hand, the hair's not just in a straight line through, it's all kind of ways through the butter. If you pull it very hard, it'll break. And if you pull it very gently, you get butter in your fingers and it just slides off it. So you've got to get the right grip and the right pressure. Firm, slow, steady and clear. In the same way in meditation, after we do this 3R, of course we tumble into what's arising, we merge with it, we fuse with it, we identify with it. When that happens, don't be alarmed, don't think you made a mistake, but just very gently ease your way back. Of course you're not stepping back because you're not trying to say, I am a part. Between a fusion, a merging where you're lost in it, and an apartness where you re-establish the self as in a dualistic sense, there is a kind of proximal presence in which you are present in a non-dual way with whatever is arising. Just as the mirror offers a hospitality to the reflection that's arising in it, in an inseparable way, and yet, when the reflection leaves, there is no mark or stain on the mirror. This is the key thing. If the mirror and the reflection had become one, you'd never get the reflection out of the mirror. If the mirror was completely apart from the reflection, they would be two separate things. But when you look in a mirror, you see the mirror as the space holding the reflection. So this is how we want our awareness to be. Our mind is not something in our head. It's not a point in space. It is a quality of infinite presence. This is the view. So, in order to get clearer about that, the practice we do now is we do the 3 R's again, and then we start to look, where does my mind rest? Where is my mind? You're not looking like a policeman, because if you look in this kind of way, you'll be looking for an object and it will always slip away. But just try to hang out with yourself and observe, like maybe a detective sitting in a cafe. He's not walking the streets behind, just watching what's occurring and see, where is my mind? Okay? So as much as we can relax into the sound is very good. In this kind of meditation practice, effort doesn't help. There are many kinds of meditation, like doing prostrations and so on, where you must use a lot of effort. But for this, very relaxed, very tender, better. Okay, so see if you can just describe in very simple terms to a neighbor what that experience of trying to get a sense of your mind is. Okay, so any thoughts about that? And they're just sort of arising and showing themselves and then vanishing.
It was quite calm. Then when the thoughts came up, it just focused down again for a second and then tried to just remove a bit and then went back wide again. And it worked. It did well. Worked. But that's how it seemed quite spacious. But just focusing down a couple of occasions on something that came up.
So part of it could be, as you feel that kind of closing in, trying to keep it spacious and let, sort of in a sense, trust that the thought will reveal itself without our having to look. Because this is I think a really important key point, is that we're normally identified with the subject as a kind of agent. Like we think, I'm thinking my thoughts. I'm going to have a look at this. I'd better think about this. So we get a sense that we are moving towards our thoughts, when that experience in itself is a thought. It's a mental arising. And so it's very difficult to recognize that we're actually fused with a mental arising when it seems to be ourselves. So it's teasing ourselves out of exactly that point that's really important. That's helpful.
I experienced what you were just saying there, that the more you were aware that you thought, the more you were aware that you were seeing them. If you try and have that as a blurred image, it feels more like daydreaming, just kind of being sort of spaced out and just, you're thinking, but you're not really paying much attention. But that's not really very constructive either, is it? So where's the middle ground in that? Thanks.
Well, again, if we just as an image, if you imagine just at early dawn when the first light comes into the sky, it's sort of soft and diffuse. So, like if you've got a dimmer light, there's an illumination through the room, but you don't have a clear spot focus sending it. You don't see, here's the source. It's as if the very air itself is somehow alive. Or sometimes on a bright summer's day as well, it's as if everything's shining from every point. Light is just pervasive. So in a state of presence, the whole field is the surface of the mirror. I mean, it's very difficult to use these images because they don't actually really fit. They're just kind of to give us some flavour. And therefore, if we relax, we become just the presence, the sort of open and empty core, whatever we call it, vitality or non-deadedness. We're not a presence of something, we're not presenting anything, but into that presence or through that presence we're revealed. So I'm not having thoughts about thoughts. That's what I normally do. I am a thought about me having thoughts about something else. We're just gently pulling back from that so that we offer the space to the thoughts to display themselves. And it's very difficult to do that because we're so used to merging, as you say, like in a kind of daydream, you just sort of fade into it. You think you're being spacious, and then all of a sudden you're just wrapped in it again. And so we're caught up in a process of unwrapping ourselves very gently, unwrapping ourselves. But of course, for example, say you give up smoking, and somebody says, "Do you want a fag?" You say, "Oh yeah." "Oh no, I don't." So there's an impulse, and then you block yourself because you think, "No, I don't smoke anymore, so why would I smoke? But I quite like to smoke." That's difficult enough to do, and you've got a definite object which is out there, a cigarette. So there's more space for thinking about it. When it's a thought inside your head, especially if we're not standing apart from it, because I can be here, and if you offer me a cigarette, I can say no thank you, and I'm establishing my difference. If you're a smoker and now I'm not a smoker, we're different. Because I'm here. Whereas in the meditation, when we relax and open, the whole point is that we're not anywhere. We are everywhere. So it is the notion that awareness has somehow got a core location that in itself is the confusion. Because, again, we go back to these three levels. I mean, this is quite difficult to understand. This is not easy. This is the Tibetan equivalent of Heidegger. This mind's nature in Dzogchen has three aspects. And they're a bit difficult to translate into English. Ngowo, Rangé, and Tuche. Ngowo means the just bare givenness of noetic being, of ourselves, our presencing, the fact that we are here, not here as this, but that we are our basic liveliness before the fact of manifestation. I mean, the language gets weird at this point, but that is not something which you can grasp. Yeah? That my basic existence is open. That is to say, it's not closed around something. I'm not me being me. There's just open. Like sometimes you might be walking in the country and you're kind of at one with the world. It's that sort of a moment, but even more intensified with less content in it. The next level, Ranjin, is the way in which expression or display or potentiality arises. Ngowo also means face, and Ranjin also means face. The face is very important because in this life you will never see your face. We all see your face, but you won't. You won't. We can see you. But you can't see you. Isn't it amazing?
Yes.
Our own face, where we show ourselves into the world, is the one thing we never see. We see it in a mirror, we see it reflected in other people's eyes, but we can't see it ourselves. What we can do, though, is inhabit our face. We face out with our face. Now, the difference between Ngowo and Ranjin is that Ranjin is like Rangdang, sometimes it's called. It means like the complexion as it shines out, so that if your body is healthy, you will have a good complexion. So the energetic quality of our body shines forth. So in that way, when we're functioning well, we have dreams, we have sensations, we have thoughts, we have a whole rich array. The whole potentiality of our being is present. We're not caught just in anxiety or depression, in sinking thoughts or in manic thoughts, but there is a whole rich movement. That is to say, the mirror itself is empty, but the mirror has the potentiality to display infinite forms. You can hold a mirror at every object in the world and it will display whatever is there. The mirror has no limit to what it can show. If you hold the mirror up to something horrible, say that we take a child and it's having its throat cut, and oh God, no. The mirror just shows it. Mirror doesn't turn away. Mirror has no judgment on that level. So on this level, the mind is able to just be a naked displaying function, which is why we say it's like a public park. Most of the time we edit our experience because we don't want to have this kind of thought. We say, well, I'm not the kind of person who wants to think about children being murdered. God, I hope I don't dream about that tonight. That would be horrible. I wouldn't like that. So in that way we say, my mind is a private garden and I only like roses. So any other flowers, I'm going to throw them over the wall for the neighbour because I don't need them. You see? So once we start to say the mind is public and infinite, it means, and this is not in the level of behaviour, it doesn't mean we're going to go out and do crazy things, but it means just being open to tolerating all the infinite potential as it manifests. And that displays the energy of the mind. Yeah? Then the next level, Tugje, normally it means compassion, but in Dzogchen it means compassion in the form of our gestural movement towards the world. Right? So, in the non-duality of our being together, from this state of openness, in which I cannot make any separation of self and other, I find myself speaking to you. Yeah? I am speaking to you, which seems like a precise, finite act, right? And yet at the same time, simultaneously and inseparably, that is also the open dimension which is unborn. So in that sense, I manifest towards the other with a specificity of seeing the face of the other, being in relation with you, but I am not defined by that, because it is a gestural moment which, in the moment it's completed, dissolves itself, like writing on water. If you write something on the surface of water with your finger, it's there just for an instant and then it's gone. So we constantly gesture into a world which has no basis for holding what is manifested as solid. So this is the integration of these three aspects of Dzogchen. The openness, the potentiality or the energetic display, and the precise manifestation. And the path of Dzogchen is to bring these three into a total inseparability, so that one can be fully in the world, being with others, caught up, speaking, responding, holding babies, singing lullabies, cooking food, doing all the wonderful things in life, and yet not caught by these, not thinking, this is me, because this is me and I am infinite space as well. So the manifestation and the space are inseparable. I'm not held back in a defensive position, it's all too much. I'm not washed out into, this is all there is. But these three movements are occurring without any division between them. This is the vision and goal of Dzogchen meditation. It then means we don't need to change our external lives. We don't need to adjust any behaviors that we do. If we work in an office, in a bank, we don't suddenly have to think, I should go and be a social worker. It's not that ethics or compassion has to do with particular kinds of formal doing good things for others. It has to do with how one can, be available. That when others call upon us, we move out towards them. That we're not held back thinking, but what about me? Or I don't want to do that. Of course that's there as well. But the more space there is, the more possibility there is to manifest towards the other. And in that manifestation not to be defined by it. This notion of non-duality is difficult to understand. We can return to it again and again. It's something very beautiful.
So do you think that the practice is to carry on in your ordinary life with this view? Is that the best way to practice? And then the second question is, I look for mind, I get as far as awareness, but I find it so hard not to think my awareness. Is it something that's to do with the leap from the conditional to the unconditional that I can never really expect to make? It will just happen one day.
Yeah. I mean, so you've got two interesting aspects there in the question. A lot of Buddhism is presented through visual metaphors and images. We talk of a view. We talk of seeing our own natures. We talk of seeing our true face. The impossibilities of seeing your own face then becomes a symbol for this emptiness. But, as you were indicating, we don't see our face as a thing. We can't look at ourselves. So it's more like relaxing. Like we say to someone, oh, loosen up, just be yourself. Come on. So, but I'm not sure what to do. We're going to this party. Why do we have to go? I don't feel like it. You'll be fine. Relax. Come on. And in that way, we just say, hang loose, be in your own skin. Don't make a big thing out of it. That kind of feeling. We know when we lose it because we get also a jittery. And then when you're just in your own sin, you're sitting down, you're chatting to someone, you think, hey, it's quite nice. I'm glad I came. This is good fun. I mean, that's a sort of ordinary example. But in that moment, you're not out of your skin. You're not being too much. You're not frightened halfway, inside. You're just here. You're living on your surface, which is the interface of you and the world. So when we say, look at your mind or see where your mind is, what it means essentially is relax into the presence of your mind. From the very beginning, your mind has been there. The mind is not created, it's not destroyed. It's not made by the good deeds of Buddhas, it's not destroyed by the bad deeds of sentient beings. It's not a thing. It doesn't exist anywhere. It has no shape, it has no color. It's not something that we've lost. It's not like a cow that's wandered off up the hill. But often we imagine it's like that. Where is my mind? That is to see the mind as an object. If we do that, we will be lost forever. Rather, start with the fact, I'm here. God knows who I am, but anyway, here I am. What is this being here? What is this here I amness? So, just sort of relaxing into it. A bit like, again, with the skipping or like dancing. The music comes on and you just feel, you let the rhythm kind of rock you and then your body's moving in. So in the same way, we're not actively looking, we're not sort of passively waiting for it to arrive, but we're putting ourselves in the place where this might occur. We're putting ourselves in the way of the revelation of our being. And that is to be as profoundly relaxed as possible. So that means in everyday life, if we can do things like some Tai Chi or swimming or anything which helps us relax, maybe playing football as well, just something where you get a bit relaxed. Then after that, do the meditation. Put on a bit of music, have a bop, then sit down and do the practice. When the body's relaxed, when you feel happy, you're less resistant. If you're feeling very anxious and you start to look in that mode, you'll be in your problem-solving mode, but your mind is not a problem. You may not find your mind, but your mind's there. If you didn't have a mind, you'd be dead. So, it's there. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home, wagging their tails behind them. This is the ultimate teaching of Dzogchen. If you don't try to sort out your mind, if you don't try to control your mind, if you just trust, teaching of the Buddha says, my mind's nature is unborn, pure from the very beginning, unconditioned, without shape, naturally free, relaxed, clear. Wonderful things. How nice. No more effort, no school, no homework, not hard work. Everybody seems to want to do difficult things. Let's go for a holiday. What would we do? Oh, the north face of the Eiger in winter. Without ropes. Let's do Zen meditation and ruin our knees. It doesn't have to be like that. The mind has always been there, but we have turned our back on ourselves. We are alienated from ourselves. So we have to just relax back into the integrated state of being. And that we can do in daily life. But it really helps if we do some formal sitting, maybe 10 minutes, several times a day, just relaxing. And also keeping an eye on how do we wind ourselves up. The internal processes of anxiously worrying. Observe yourself. The key for Dzogchen practice is observe yourself. Again, not observing like a policeman, but just let yourself reveal yourself to yourself. You're always in activity, physical, mental, and so on. Be aware of that. And then when you're aware of that, you can see, uh-oh, this is crazy. Why am I doing that? Like, again, it says in the Bible, the flowers of the field, they toil not, neither do they reap. That Solomon in all his glory is not arrayed as what the least of these, isn't it? So just flowers are there. They're given. Small children. Small children don't have to do things to please you. Just smiling, they please you. Just learning to walk, they please you. You can't help loving them. But we make such hellish demands on ourselves that only if I do this will I be a good enough person. We are so cruel to ourselves. We alienate ourselves ceaselessly by making these demands. I should be kinder. I should be more thoughtful. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do that. Only after all this work will I become an acceptable human being. This is completely not the view of Dzogchen. From the very beginning, everything has been perfect. This is the meaning of the name of the founding Buddha of the Dzogchen lineage, Kuntu Zangpo. Kuntu means always or in all conditions. Zangpo means good. Again, not good as against bad, but fundamentally pure. Kada means never has there been any stain, never has there been any fault. Even if you have been a total shit all your life, even if you've hurt other people, even if you've been lying, cheating, being cruel, none of these things have stained your Buddha nature. Your ego has got a lot of twists and turns in it. On the level of manifestation, you've got some bad times coming. But the Buddha nature itself, the quality of the mirror, is not harmed. And if you take refuge in your own mind, you know, fundamentally I am pure. On the level of manifestation, of energetic movement, there is work to be done, always unpacking and loosening up karmic knots. But the fundamental level, the core nature, is good. There's no original sin in this at all. This is not bad news territory. This is good news territory. You don't need to be saved because you've never been lost. That is to say, ignorance, as the cause of suffering, has never covered over the Buddha nature. In Dzogchen we say there is one ground, which is emptiness or Dharmadhatu, and two paths. One path, you recognize your own ground. In the other path, you forget your own ground. If you forget your own ground, you start to think, I am this or I am that. When you recognize your own ground, you see, all that I think of as this and that, I am, but I am it as the expression of the ground which I also am. So my openness, my emptiness, and my manifestation are inseparable. This is really the heart of the practice. And if we do that, we can become more light, more free, more happy, more at ease with others. And that's very nice. That's very nice. And it's our birthright. And it's everybody's birthright. So, without straining, without trying, relax. Relaxation is the most important thing. So much of our world is driven by anxiety. America is driven by an anxiety that says, we will not be safe until we have killed all our enemies. This way lies absolute madness. It's absolutely mad, because you can never kill all your enemies. You know, it's like in these early Greek stories of the Hydra and the Gorgon. Every time you slice off one head, another 10 heads grow. It's just like that. So, even in the face of difficulty, relax. If you learn you've got cancer, relax. If your partner leaves you, relax. If your children die, relax. It may sound like madness, but what will your attention do? What benefit has worry ever done for you? Worry is the most ridiculous waste of energy in the world. Worry doesn't solve problems. Most problems, if they can be solved in 5 minutes. You get a bit of paper, you sit down and think, right, what am I going to do? You don't have all that many options. So you've got 3 things you can do. Which one is it going to be? A, B, or C? Bugger it. Huh? You make your choice. That's it. Full stop. Have a drink. But if you sit there, blah, 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 all you do is wind yourself up.
How does purification practice fit into that scheme of things?
Okay. Okay. You can do purification with the understanding that there is nothing to be purified. Yeah?
But I'm talking about, like you were saying, karmic things happen to disrupt this ability to relax.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get overwhelmed by
Yeah.
karma. Can we perhaps help ourselves by doing purification, but not getting too sort of anxious?
Exactly. Because you have to believe that something can be purified. If you fundamentally believe you're a bad person, if you believe you're a sinner, if you believe you're unlovable, if you identified with guilt and you believe that you deserve to be punished, purification is very hard. If you have an ice cream and you're licking your ice cream and you drop it onto dog shit, then you pick it up. What are you going to do? You think, I'll purify it. You put the tap on, you hold your ice cream, it washes off the dog shit, and at the end, what have you got? Not much.
I'm talking about negative karma.
Right. Yeah, that's right. But the question is, where is your negative karma? If you are like ice cream, you will be contaminated by your negative karma. Your negative karma will get massaged right into you. And then how will you separate the good me from the bad me? The mind is like a vajra. It's like a diamond. If you have a diamond and it falls in dog shit, you wash it. The shit will wash off and the diamond will be left. A diamond and ice cream are not the same. But most of the time, our ego is like ice cream. Our ego is soft and mushy. It's like that Mr. Softy. Oh. What's happened to all the Italian ice cream shops? It's a tragedy. No bigotry, eh? This is the heart of it. If you believe in the Buddha nature, if you believe that fundamentally our nature is pure, then purification is simple and effective. It's just the same for Catholics. If you go to confession and you get, the priest says, okay, now you can go for Mass, then you have to believe it works. There's no point in going and doing confession and still feeling guilty. What's the point? If somebody says it's over, it's over. It's absolutely, but our mind is just like ice cream. We're so soft, we're so mushy, we get so addicted to bad thoughts and think, oh, but I could have done better, and there's something quite nice about that somehow. Have a wee gurn at yourself. Oh.
But we are going to be subjected to our negative karma, aren't we? If we've done bad,
yes. Yeah.
We are going to suffer for that.
Yes, and if you
that.
Yes, but if you're fully identified with yourself as an entity, when the suffering hits you,
yes,
that's all you've got. You've got, oh shit, this is awful. I wish I hadn't done it. Oh, I'm so sorry now. Oh, wow.
right.
But if you have some spaciousness, then you integrate the spaciousness and the manifestation, and the mirror is not affected by whatever reflection arises. So when bad times arise, hold to the integration with the mirror, and you will not be collapsed into identification with a negative image. Yeah?
So, because it's a bit of a worrying thought. It worries me every time I hear it, you know.
Yeah, well.
I keep waiting.
If you like worry,
Yes.
we'll bring a big pot of it for you tomorrow.
Yes.
And you bring your spoon and have a good tuck in.
I do actually worry a lot.
Okay. So,
Yes.
well, we'll all think tonight of a few things for you to worry about.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, we're very grateful. No. It's always good to have one person in any group who's willing to worry. We thank you. You do that.
I'm good at it.
Yeah, splendid. Go with your strength. Go with your strength. Yeah, we're going to end in just a few minutes because some people have to go, surely. We've run on a bit. We'll end in about 5 minutes.
In the meditation, try and get this balance between being up close and totally absorbed.
Yeah.
And being a
Yeah.
spectator.
Yeah.
What about when you're actually doing a job of work, a particular task?
Yeah.
Have you tried still to try and get that balance there, or do you get totally lost in what you're doing?
Yes, the idea is to keep that.
Keep that balance.
Yeah. So that, I'm talking with you, but the me that's talking with you is not the whole of me. So that I've also got a sense of what's happening in the room. So it's about not collapsing into that, to be connected with you so that you feel that I'm connected with you, but not to get lost in that. So to have a sense of everything that's there, to have a sense of some spaciousness, to have a sense of where the room is, so that this precise interaction is occurring inseparably from the continuing manifestation of everything else. So that if I stop speaking with you and then looking over there, there is a seamless move from one moment to the rest. Otherwise, I'm talking to you and it's like, oh yes, but what about that? And then everything becomes fragmented and discordant.
So that rebuilding an engine or carving a walking stick or whatever.
Exactly.
Keep that perspective or whatever.
Exactly. Because it's not like a daydream where we're spaced out and we're losing focus. You can be exquisitely focused and spacious at the same time, because a ballet dancer has to hold the awareness of the space of the stage. A good dancer never forgets the space. A good actor always is aware of the full stage and the audience, and they're completely in character. It's not impossible. People in ordinary life do these things, and through meditation we can have more of that. But normally we think, well, either I'm focused in this or I'm kind of laid back, and we're trying to move out of that kind of dichotomization. Okay, if we just do one short 5-minute sit with the 3 R's, and then we'll end for the day. Okay. And so we just finally dedicate the merit from whatever we've done today. So we can just imagine rays of light spreading out from us to all sentient beings, relieving their suffering. Gewam dien yede da ejen laman rejene drowa chi chama gumba dei sala ke pajo. Okay. Here we are. Now, it's normal in Buddhist practice to take refuge. And a refuge is necessary when we have difficulties. It's useful to have the refuge of an umbrella when it rains. It's useful to have the refuge of shoes when you have to walk in the street. All of these things provide a protection against something. So a refuge is the idea that you withdraw away for something and have some kind of respite from the impact of a difficult situation. And traditionally we say we take refuge in the Buddha and his teachings and the assembly of the people who follow that. That kind of refuge is a sense that when I start to get caught up in the confusions and busynesses of my life and I lose perspective, by having a remembrance of something outside, I am able to bring to mind a situation which is very peaceful. And through that, instead of there being a kind of collapse into or a closure into the current situation as if it was the only thing, we remember something else. And that becomes a kind of refuge. But it's a refuge as a sort of holiday out. A refuge that, you know, one day when the war is over, we'll meet again. Remember all these, grassy fields, it was going to be great, Because it gave that sense that, the war's only passing, don't get too caught up in it, it'll be fine, the sun will shine. And that is a kind of refuge, but it's a sort of apart, it's apart, and then the bomb explodes. You think, bloody hell, the war's not over, It's not really a refuge. In the same way, if you just say, I take refuge in the Buddha, but then you've got a lot of problems, well, it doesn't remove the problem. It doesn't actually protect you from the problem, but it recontextualizes the problem. What really gives protection is to be able to, in a very direct and immediate way, to manage all the events of existence within a state of spaciousness, as we were starting to look yesterday. So that not avoiding life by turning away from it, not merging into it, spaciousness becomes the arena in which life itself is arising. Of course, one of the real refuges you need is to be sitting comfortably. That they used to say on the radio, if you're sitting comfortably, then I'll begin. Because not to be at home in one's own skin is not very helpful. Now, in Dzogchen, all the thoughts and feelings that arise, which can become the site of lostness and collapse, are also potentially the site of awakening. Because if you experience a thought as a thought, if you know that a sensation is just a mental arising, then you can find through that some kind of return to the nature of yourself. And if you don't do that, then you would just get sucked into it. So, in the same way, if you're in the theatre and you're watching a play, if you collapse, as it were, into the play, if you do as is required, you suspend disbelief. Because after all, normally we just think, well, it's just a play. But you have to surrender yourself into the play, allow the play to work on you, you get caught up in it, and then you have to release yourself from the play at the end of it. Just as the actor also has to learn how to go into the role and then come out of the role. in being able to hold the sense that it is a play and not a play, that there is something enacted which is spacious and which is precise at the same time, the shining revelatory quality of our experience is there, because we're not falling asleep into an assumption, nor are we in a kind of state of blind stupidity where we don't know what's going on, but we have a kind of freshness. So in the same way, if you're walking down the street here, even if this is your hometown and you're very familiar with the street, sometimes you walk down the street and you don't even know you've walked down it. Sometimes you might see that somebody's painted their building a new colour and you're kind of shocked. You think, God, what is that? And all sorts of thoughts arise. And other times you're just kind of a bit relaxed and fresh. And maybe, particularly say in the strong summer light or late afternoon autumn light, it illuminates some of the patterns in the bricks or the colours. And there's a freshness in that kind of experience. And this really is the purpose of the meditation practice, is to bring us to a place where we can be fresh moment by moment with whatever experience arises. Because the whole idea of impermanence in Buddhism is that the past is gone. What is now is now. Of course, we can make cognitive leaps from the past to the present. We can claim to have a knowledge. I came into this building yesterday for the first time, but already I know my way about. Now, it would be sad if I didn't know my way about, if I completely forgot everything that I had learned about the building yesterday. That would be a sign of some kind of mental collapse. But at the same time, that knowledge doesn't need to remove or constrain the freshness of being able to attend to the building as it presents itself. So as it were, you've got two buildings. You've got the building that you might know about, and then you've got the actual situation that you experience. And if you privilege the knowing about, it's likely that resting in that, having that as your refuge, you will dull yourself to the direct immediacy of something. Some of you in this room seem to know each other, maybe known each other for a while. It's always important to think, what does it mean to know someone? A lot of the time it means that we know something about someone. So you meet them and you know that maybe last month they had an operation or their kids are doing something. So you say, how are you doing? Are you getting on okay? And the person, oh yeah. And then that's a kind of cue into talking about what the doctor said to me and so on. These things are important. That's part of friendliness, to remember things about each other. And yet, it also highlights particular pathways of communication in which we return to our same configuration of the other. Because if I know you as somebody with 4 or 5 features, and I only ever speak to you about these 4 or 5 features, we now have a very set-piece kind of engagement. We talk about this and we talk about that, and we probably all have that. We've got ranges of friends, and some people you only talk about gardening with, and some people you talk about the holidays, so some people you talk about dogs, so if you've got a dog, and various people get bits and pieces. And these are lines of friendship and communication, but they are also patterns of absolute blindness to the other. Because we know that somehow there's a kind of curiosity which is being switched off. I can remember that very clearly as a child. I'd be out with my mother and we'd go to the shops, and it would take about 2 hours because she'd stop and chat to everyone. And then I would say, well, what were you talking about? What does that person do for this or this or this? And she would say, oh, I don't know, we don't talk about that. And it would be, each person, there would be a particular deal about what you would talk about. And there would be whole thing. My mother would have known some of these people 20, 30 years, and she would know almost nothing about them, because the conversation would always be exactly the same. Now, this is really fascinating. There's something about the reassurance of the familiar, which is what we're often using other people for, to reassure ourselves that the outlines of our world are safe and reliable and predictable. But we're actually not hellish interested in other people then. We're using other people as a way of convincing ourselves that our world is safe. If we have a genuine curiosity about others, that will take us out of our field of presumption, but it may also engage with the other in a way that lets them see more about themselves. Because many people don't know themselves very well, because nobody has really asked, what do you feel about this? What do you think about that? How many people ever really say to someone else, why were you born? What is the meaning of your life? Not very common. That would be a good question in Prime Minister's question time. Maybe Mr. Howard will oblige. Mr. Prime Minister, why were you born? Right. So, what's very important in the practice of Dzogchen is to observe the dullness of your own mind, to see the fearful compromises we make to avoid being truthful, to avoid really being curious about what goes on. That the choreography of our socially acceptable or family acceptable perception becomes a way of maintaining the various constraints we have inside. That doesn't mean that we have to kind of create an encounter group where people are just very direct about their feelings. That's usually not very helpful. It's not about changing external forms. It's not about turning ourselves into somebody else. More, it is observing the patterns that we take up and seeing the function of these patterns. These patterns arise from historical causes and conditions, and we then develop predispositions, tendencies to behave in predictable ways. That gives us only a very limited take on the world. There are many, many things that we just haven't done. Many people have never gone into a restaurant and eaten a meal by themselves. Some people never go to the cinema on their own. People have all kinds of fears or anxieties. Oh, if I did that, I wouldn't like to do that. Oh, that wouldn't be me. It's not that one has to leap out and make big changes, though, of course, in Dzogchen practice, that is one of the things that people often do. They go into a situation in Tibet, they would do it in nature, they would go up into the mountains, and for a series of days they would act in a way which was completely contrary to their normal way of behavior. It's a practice called Rushen, and it's about breaking the normal boundaries or barriers of your behavior. So you might decide to run around like a dog, or you might decide to walk on your hands for a day. You would do something that would be completely contrary to your normal behavior, and you would start to experience the fact that you could be many, many different people. Not that you have to be, but that you have this potential, and that our infinite potential is evoked in very precise ways. To be with others is always to be particularized, not necessarily constrained, but certainly particularized. If you go to visit family, you know there are certain things to talk about and certain things not to talk about. And that is just polite. That is part of the choreography of attunement. It's not that one has to destroy that. Rather, what one's doing is observing the specificity of how we come out into the world with others. There's nothing worse than somebody being a bore, because to be a bore means to only do the same thing again and again. People are boring when they don't attune to a situation. What makes people interesting is that they somehow find a way of reaching out towards the other and getting very close to them, being kind of tender towards them. Whereas to be a kind of bore is to be self-obsessed and to present yourself as a preformed package towards the other, to insist that what you're saying will be of interest towards the other, without having any real feedback loop to check out whether that's the case. And that what is monstrous about that is that it is an annihilation of the other. It says the content of my communication is much more important than whether you're interested in it or not. And that's not very good. the purpose, in some ways, of Dzogchen is to understand that we live in a communicative world. We are nothing but communication. Our existence is experience, and experience is the continuous flow of connectivity, of movement out and movement in which we respond to the precision of situations as they evolve. That is all there is. And this is constantly going on. But in order to stay in the dance, we have to be present in the dance, which means if we are taking refuge in things which are not here, if we're taking refuge in something from somewhere else, it doesn't help us. I was seeing, as a patient, somebody who went to a very good public school and then went to Cambridge. And throughout the therapy, in every session, he would bring up the fact, well, you know, as somebody from my school and having gone to Cambridge, I really feel that my life should go like this. Well, tough shit. It's a big world, and you take your chance. And just because you went to a good school and a good university, it doesn't mean that the big door will open for you. Life is full of all sorts of opportunities. People come from all sorts of different places and get different kind of luck. But this poor chap was persecuted by this idea of what his good father had told him. You know, we've invested a lot of money in your education, and we've done it because we really want you to have a good future. And this guy, somehow, his life, he'd missed the boat. He hadn't been there when the doors opened for him, because he was caught up in a fantasy that somehow, out of the heavens, this beautiful future would arrive. He hadn't realized that, having been to a good school and a good university, you've got to hustle. Everybody's got to hustle. It doesn't arrive for free. So his belief in himself was linked to situations from the past, which should have been supportive. In the very moment that he's telling himself, I'm going in the right direction, he was going in the wrong direction. Because actually what he was doing was looking over his shoulder as he was walking forward. So he kept banging into things rather than keeping his eyes open in front of him. Because the world is what is revealed to us. The world is what we get, not what we imagine we're going to get. You know, that can be the health of our children. Parents suddenly having an accident. Maybe you never thought you would look after your mum, and suddenly your mum gets sick and you're looking after her, and your whole life starts to change. These things happen to us. So, the refuge, if we take refuge in an idea, or in a fixed notion of who we are, or in a belief system, we create something which we then have to import moment by moment into the situation. And that importation will always change the situation. So it means we've got one eye on the ball, on what's going on here, but also one eye on our set of suppositions or imaginings or beliefs. And so we cannot be fully present if we're relying on something from somewhere else. So, when we take refuge in Buddhism, we want to have a refuge, a support which is here, which is embodied, which is part and parcel of ourselves, which is not an add-on, which is not some kind of conditioning that we add to things. Because if something is added, it's always vulnerable, isn't it? And the vulnerability of the situation means that we can never be quite sure if something's going to work out. For example, I have quite fine hair. So if I wash my hair and I put on conditioner and I think, oh, very nice, I walk out in the rain, the whole thing gets flattened down again. That's how life is. Everything is vulnerable. Now you can get these fabulous perms. Not that I'm really wanting to have a perm. But a perm is not really permanent. It's always semi-permanent. It wears out. You've got to get your hair re-permed. that which is conditioned, that which is put in, that which is added will always wear off. If you paint the front of your house, you have to repaint it after a while. Everything has to be repaired. Things are installed for a moment and then they fall away. But what continues is just what is there. For example, our breath continues. If our breath stops, we're dead. So our thoughts and feelings may change and go, but if you stop breathing, it's very different. You might forget your glasses, that's one thing, but if you might forget your car keys, but if you forget to breathe, it's very different. So that which is close to life, that which is really part of the life maintenance system, is something which, in the healthiest sense, becomes an automatic part and parcel function. Not an automaticness which cuts us off from life, but which is integrated with life. So we've got automatic pilot sensation, walking down the street in a daydream, not really attending to where we're going, but somehow the eyeball and the eye optic nerves and the eye consciousness, as it would be seen in Buddhist terms, functions to keep us from bumping into things while our mind is going hither and thither. That's a very dull kind of automatism. What we want the Buddhist practice to do is to be as close to us as the automatic electrical impulses that keep the heart beating or keep our breathing flowing, so that without having to think about it, without making it intentional and effortful, we find ourselves moment by moment being present where we are. That's really the goal of Dzogchen practice. So when we do refuge in Dzogchen, we're taking refuge in the presencing of our own mind as a vivid state of awareness which is open to all experience. And one way we can do this is to continue the practice we did yesterday, and this time sitting with the chin slightly raised, letting our gaze rest into the space in front of us. We imagine in front of us a white letter R. You can do that with a Tibetan letter if you know what it looks like, but you can also do it just with a capital A. And this A represents the state of emptiness, the state in which both the open dimension per se and the emptiness of inherent self-nature of all arisings are integrated. So the ground is empty and everything that grows from it is empty. That is to say, everything is in the process of manifestation. In Buddhism, they're usually only saying one thing. You say it 1,000 different ways, but the message is always the same. So we see this R, and we imagine that that R contains the essence of all our teachers. It contains the essence of our parents, who taught us various things, how to speak, how to walk, took care of us. It concludes our school teachers, our relatives, our friends, all the people who have taught us something, including teachers of meditation and so on, but not just spiritual things, because spiritual life is inseparable from ordinary life. If you hadn't been to school and you couldn't read and write, you wouldn't be able to read any spiritual books. School teachers are very important. In this culture, they get insulted a lot, and I think it's really tragic, because certainly in Tibetan Buddhism, the idea of lineage is very important. That what we get now is dependent on the good work of the people who went before, and that people took care and attention to maintain and develop what they had received and then pass that on to other people. That's an enormous thoughtfulness. Without that thoughtfulness, what would we have? And school teachers help us to find our way into the world. Without that help, we wouldn't know what to do. An ordinary person by themselves will not be able to invent differential calculus. It's not possible. Not even Euclidean geometry. You wouldn't invent anything. You just play with your little toys. Dolly, 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 dolly. It'd just be as thick as 2 planks. That'd be it, wouldn't it? All your native wit, all your native intelligence, your potential would have come to naught had it not come into an interface with those who were willing to share and to offer things to you. Because the mind exists in relation to method. This is why in Buddhism we say wisdom and method are the two things. The space of emptiness, that is to say, the unconstrictedness of our being, that we are not foreclosed, we are not already in a box, but each moment we can be fresh. But that freshness has to relate to something. It has to find a way of connecting with what is there. As Martin Heidegger talks on many occasions about, life is about what is to hand. Or as the Russian psychologist Vygotsky writes, human beings are functions of activity, and our activity depends on tools. If you don't have good tools, there is nothing much you can do. If you're an engineer, your local gods are the tool makers. Tool makers are fantastic people. The precision of the engineer who can make a good tool saves the bacon of everyone else. A bad tool maker would be a disaster, because everything they were creating, all their spanners, wouldn't work. It has to be absolute precision. So teachers provide us with tools. And then some of the people who are taught by teachers go on to be teachers, and therefore they also have to be able to make tools that other people can use. Because an imprecise tool is a dreadful thing. It just becomes a kind of confusion. The key point in this is we need means, we need method, and method comes to us always from the environment. We need to have some wisdom and spaciousness in ourselves and some knowledge in ourselves, but generally speaking, the knowledge that we have is from the environment. To go back to the image we had yesterday about the mirror and the reflection, and the primary confusion that we make between what is subject and what is object. For example, we could say, I speak English. So I have some knowledge of English. But of course, when I'm speaking, my experience of my speaking is words come to me. I'm not sitting here having thought what I'm going to say. I'm just speaking. And I open my mouth, where does that come from? I don't know. It comes from all sorts of things. It comes from my education. It comes from books I've read. It comes from my meditation practice. But this doesn't mean that I'm sort of constructed like Clapham Junction or something, with 1,000 little train lines from all the bits of my past coming in, lights going on and off. I mean, given the difficulty of running a railway, that would be a disaster. It's not a materialistic function like that. We find ourselves in the openness of our being, manifesting that which arrives for us. As people used to say, sufficient unto the day. People used to believe in divine providence. The Lord will provide. And it is like that. If you relax, if you have faith, the Lord will provide. Except in Buddhism we wouldn't talk about the Lord, we'd talk more about the moment of being with another brings forth that which is required, if you trust that. But if you have a very narrow, limited sense of yourself, if you worry, if you have a lot of self-doubt, you will intrude a lot of anxious thinking and feel the burden of, I have to get it right, I have to find the right thing to say. And so I, the anxious, conscious self, is installed in the place where relaxed openness of being should be there. This is spiraling us around the topic of refuge. If I take refuge in myself, in the sense of my ordinary sense of self, then I condemn myself to constantly worrying about what I should do. But if I just trust, and if I keep my senses open, then that will be okay, generally speaking. It's the same like if you're cooking. You know, if you relax and you keep your eyes open and you taste it a bit and you say, a bit of this, a bit of that. If you're in your body and you trust your body, it'll be fine. But if you start thinking, God, is there too much salt? Should I put in more salt? You've got to taste it. If you don't trust your own taste, it's going to be quite difficult. So then you ask someone else, can you taste this? How does this taste to you? Sometimes that can be useful, but often it means you've now lost the project of your own cooking. What you're doing is you're installing in the middle a thought, I can't trust myself. I am alienated from the food I'm providing. So rather than the food being a manifestation of your connection with the world, your sense of smell, colour, taste, timing, your sense of the others that you're cooking for, all of which is enormously intimate and connective and lively and physical and a place where you can find your whole being. Instead of that, it's become a set of problems that you're desperately trying to solve by imagining there is somehow an objective frame that will tell you what is right and what is wrong. But it will always be your cooking. You know, you can use a recipe and you can have a kind of, as it were, external notion of how something should be. But in the end, if you've cooked it, it will be different. If you take a famous recipe and you cook it, it will be different from the chef who has written the cookbook. If they were cooking it, somehow it would be different, wouldn't it? The idea that somehow we can edit ourselves out of the picture and not get in the way of it, that is meaningful on the level of our anxious self. But if you try to evacuate the whole of yourself and just become some kind of automaton moving the recipe around, that's not going to work. You know, you've got to have a feel for it. Would that be right? You know, that people often say, you know, the main ingredient in cooking is love. That there's a quality of the heart that goes into it. That as you're chopping things up, you just, oh, this will be good. And that's sort of kneaded in through your fingers, isn't it? And it's that quality of life that really is our ability to go out and to feel at home in the world. To feel, yeah, I know what an onion is. I know what to do with potatoes. Not as an abstract thinking about, but my hands know what to do. My hands are connected. My body is connected with that. So, Dzogchen as a path of non-duality is exactly about this. Non-duality means that between subject and object there is no absolute differentiation. And between our subject self, our conscious sense of ourself, and the infinity of our being, there is also no separation. So we have a pulsation or a movement, as we were looking yesterday, between the most expansive aspects of ourselves and the most precise aspects. Therefore, the work is a continuous loosening up, decontamination, shaking free of the constraints of our being, with the fundamental proposition that anxiety has no value. Anxiety needs to be acted on immediately and then let go of. You know, if you're driving and you hear something roaring up behind you, that instant of anxiety is very useful because it makes you more attentive, more alert, and then you need to drop it. But later that evening you say, oh, it was really terrible today. I don't know what drivers are doing. What is the benefit of that? None whatsoever. The anxiety arises in the moment, clarity is produced, and then there's a release. And then you're free to be in the next moment. But we have an enormous capacity to maintain states of anxiety, maintain worry. We're usually much better at maintaining worry than happiness. You know, if you ask somebody to talk about the worst event in their life, they go, well. Then you ask them, say, no, can you tell me about, when you were a kid and you had a good holiday? Oh, well, we did this. But there's much more juice in the horror. You get much more turned on and worked up about difficult things. And part of that is because of the physiological response. When we have anxiety-provoking events, we get an imbalance in the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. Our breath changes. We get introduction of adrenaline into the system, which drives a brain reaction, and the whole system goes into tightness. We go into this fight, flight, freezing set of responses. There's a lot of energy in that. It's biochemically driven. Whereas relaxation doesn't have that kind of chemical wash. Relaxation just eases things out, and therefore events have a presencing, but not the intensity of something that's felt as a disaster. Does that make sense? Is that what you experience? And what we're then trying to do is to shift the focus of our interest and our attention towards these expansive moments, the moments of real intimacy with life. You know, if you're sitting down having lunch with people and just chatting about things, there's something fantastic about that. You know, that is the highest Buddhist mandala. You know, Sunday lunch, the Buddha's at home, pass the gravy. That's life, isn't it? It's people collaborating together. And then we know very well, if it's a normal family, that sometimes it's not like that at all. Sometimes it's really awful. You can't think of anything to say, or everybody's in a bad mood, or, you know, your son didn't come home the night before and you're thinking, And so all sorts of things come in to interrupt that. And then the question is, how do we get back into the pulse? What event is important enough to destroy that kind of movement? Why is it that we say, that's it, I've had enough, I can no longer integrate this experience into the openness of my being? What you have done has upset me so much that I can't put up with it anymore. I'm drawing a line. Now, sometimes that may be necessary, but of course the line that we draw is never out in the middle. It's usually right through ourselves, because we cut ourselves in half when we cut people off if we love them. It breaks our heart. So, again, the question is how to open to the other as they are, warts and all, without getting abused. And part of that, I think, is to be in movement. When people are more disturbed, you move more. You move more. If you've got teenage kids, you've got to be on your toes. There's no point to keep making rules and regulations that they're going to bang into and then you have fights, because it doesn't really go anywhere. But you have to work with closeness and distance. You have to know when to give your kids space and when to be on their case. And there's no rule book going to tell you how to do that. The only way is to really pay attention. Just as if you've got a very small baby, you know, if you've got your mum around, that can help, but or not. But you know, you've got to learn, as all mothers do, to differentiate the baby's cry. So you wake up in the middle of the night, you hear the baby crying, you think, they'll go back to sleep. And you wait, and then it vanishes. Or you think, I better get up. You know, do you remember that kind of thing? That's the kind of sensitivity that we can apply in situations. It's not about imposing something from outside. It's about finding ourselves exquisitely attuned into the situation. Okay, so in terms of our practice, we visualize this white R, which it holds the essence or the energy or the presence of all our teachers. And then we say these 3 R's as we were doing yesterday. And we hold the sense of the openness of our being and the openness of the space around and the presence of our teachers in this hour, and just unify our state into the state of our teachers. All their kindness, all their generosity, all their compassion. We just connect with that. We are not alone. We are part of an infinite matrix, an infinite network of interrelated energies. And much of that energy is very good. Opening our heart to the other, of course there's always some trepidation, but we have to lean forward, we have to move out and accept what is there. So, we say the 3 R's, and then we just rest in that state with the sense of the R in front of us, and then just let that go and relax into the space. And then, as yesterday, whatever comes, comes. If good thoughts come or if bad thoughts come, we just give space to them. Not blocking, not editing, not trying to improve, without attachment. That's very easy to say, it's difficult to do. If you get tied in knots, if you get woven into the situation, don't worry, just relax. So in this sense, it's a counterintuitive kind of meditation. Instead of mobilizing into the task, we relax into the task. Any thoughts or questions about that before we begin?
Do visualizing also in your heart center?
You can do that. You can. Sometimes we do it here, and there, and then the merging of these two. But I'm just thinking, for our purposes, just now, just keeping that there and being very relaxed here. I'm just waiting somebody to come back. But maybe while we're just waiting, we could think a little bit back, going right back into your early days, remembering the kindnesses that people have done you, remembering what you've received from others. And just being aware of how the process of you becoming the person that you are now is inseparable from the interactions that you've had with all these people who taught you and showed you how to hold a knife and fork, showed you how to tie your shoelaces. All the things that you can now do automatically and at ease and feel to be an expression of yourself, at one time was an external knowledge which you took into yourself, and that you carry inside you the energy and the concern and also the demands of other people. Okay, so resting with your spine supporting you, body muscles relaxed, gaze gently in the space in front, not staring, but just resting in the space. We do the practice. Okay. And as I said yesterday, that kind of practice is good to do for short periods of time rather than for a very long period. Some of you may have read an old, rather sentimental novel by Charles Kingsley called The Water Babies. Remember that? And it's a story about a boy who was apprenticed to a chimney sweep. And in the old days, they used to send the boys up the chimneys. And they would be harshly treated, malnourished, and doing dangerous and painful work. It was a world without love. And because sweeps were in suit all the time, they were very dirty and black and wore ragged clothes. So that when people saw this little boy, they would say, "Oh, dirty little scamp, get away. We don't trust you." Because if somebody looks dirty and poor, most petty bourgeois minds immediately think, thief. This person's going to steal something from me. They're up to no good. And in the story, eventually, after all sorts of adventures, he, in a fairly suicidal mood, jumps into the river and finds a new life under the water as this pure, shining, beautiful baby. As a story of spiritual rebirth, in which all the dirt is washed off. And he starts to recognize that the dirt was not who he was. The dirt was just a covering. And this is really the story for all of us, that we are covered in stuff. We are covered in our histories, we are covered in our beliefs about ourselves, we are covered in our behavior patterns. We identify with these, other people identify us with these, and then we feel constrained, limited, not as good as we should be. And we take these, as it were, external factors to be an indication of who we really are. This is very, very important. All of us wear clothes. In this culture, it's normal for people to wear clothes, as it is in almost all cultures. So when you wear your clothes, you might say to someone, "How do I look?" They say, "Oh, you look really good today." You think, "Oh, that's nice." So you, in that moment, you and your clothes are one. Yeah? But we know we take the clothes off and we can put on other clothes. We go in the shower or the bath and there we don't have clothes and we feel okay. So being naked and being clothed, in this culture, people often have anxieties about their body, and so they feel more safe being themselves when they're clothed. They would feel embarrassed about showing their naked body, but if they can buy some nice clothes, then they feel, "Oh, this is good, because this somehow covers up my body. It's easier for me to show my clothes than my body." We could see this as a kind of example of where we are in relation with meditation. Because our thoughts and our feelings and our sensations, these are a kind of clothing. These are garments that we put on and wrap around us. And very often we only see our clothes, we only see our mental clothes, we don't see our naked body. One of the terms that's used in Dzogchen for the nature of the mind itself is jemba, which means naked, without covering. It's jikpo, it's alone, it means it's not standing in relation to anything else. It's unadorned. The founding Buddha in the Dzogchen tradition is dark blue in color because dark blue is close to black, and black in that symbolic system represents ignorance. But the enlightenment of the primordial Buddha is not something very bright and shining, it's just the very early pre-dawn light in which obscuration and awareness are very close together. And this Buddha is naked, unadorned, has no ornaments at all. This is the experience that we want to get, and it's usually just for a very short period of time, but in meditation, where we experience what they call in Zen meditation, dropping the mind, meaning dropping our preoccupations, where there's just a sense of empty presence, a kind of here I am, I don't know who I am, I'm not having to do anything, there's just being here. And then very quickly around that become wrapped our thoughts, feelings, associations, and we are then here as this particular person, with this history, with this set of tendencies and so on. It is the co-emergence of these two phenomena, the inseparability of our naked being, which is just being per se, being which is not being something, but just being, and the specificity of our being this and that, being our particularity. It's the non-duality of these two, which is the possibility of bringing freedom into ordinary life. Because, of course, if liberation lies somewhere else, if liberation is something completely different from what we are, then we will have to abandon everything that we are in order to gain that. As we were looking yesterday morning at a kind of Hinayana, a view where one has to renounce the world and go elsewhere, turn one's back on the world. But here, what we're talking about is being naked and clothed at the same time, so that you know that the clothes are clothes. When clothes are old, we throw them away. Or, if you're like my mother, you tear them up and use them for dusters. But you transform them into something else. You don't keep wearing them, because they're worn out. They are past their sell-by date. So, why is it that we hang on to ideas? Why is it that we wear mental clothes that are completely useless? They're out of date. We don't, go through our wardrobe and say, well, I'm not size 6 anymore. That would be a long time ago. And therefore, hanging on to these in the vague hope that I'll fit into it again is not very wise. Let's get rid of it. Let's be realistic. It doesn't apply. I would like it to apply, but it doesn't apply. In the same way, we may carry inside us all kind of hopes, and when you start to realize, I'm getting on a bit in life, that is not going to be realized. But if I keep that hope in my wardrobe, it doesn't help me, it simply persecutes me. Because instead of that hope being something which would inspire me to move forward and mobilize my action, all it reminds me of is, I've missed my chance. That's it. And that then becomes very painful. So, being naked, and especially being at home with being naked, allows us to have a more conscious attitude to clothes. And we can see this in terms of the physical body. These fabulous supermodels who have gorgeous bodies and who are completely confident about them, they're changing their clothes all the time. They're changing their appearance. Because they recognize that their body is okay and their clothing is just like a game. Whereas other people who've got more anxiety about their body, they're using the clothing as a defense. And therefore they've got to be much more careful, because the clothes are now not just doing the function of clothing, but they're doing the function of filling a gap in the ego's anxiety about its basic physical appearance. Does that seem to make sense? So if we hold this idea that ignorance is the forgetfulness of being, ignorance is where we lose the major part of ourselves. We lose our open, expansive relaxation, and we become this small kind of fearful person. We can see then that in that state we're definitely using our clothing very defensively. We wrap ourselves in all sorts of things. Some people go for academic qualifications. They do degree after degree, and they go on all their bits of paper, and they think, that will make me feel like an important person. Other people want to make lots of money and then think, well, I can adorn myself in these signifiers, a big car or a big house or whatever it is, and then I'll know that I'm a worthwhile person. Most of us have got a little repertoire of moves that we use to reassure ourselves that we're okay. And sometimes they don't work very well. So the primary task that we're trying to do is to relax into the state where the unification of the open, naked dimension of mind and the movement of the clothing, unclothing, reclothing, the constant ongoing process of thoughts, feelings, sensations of all experience are in a delightful interplay. We will become Kate Moss. Yeah. I saw a photo of her in the paper yesterday. She looked fantastic. Have you seen her new hairstyle? It's a bit longer and it's streaked and it's brought down. It's fantastic. But that woman is blessed with wonderful cheekbones. And we don't all get that. It makes a difference, doesn't it? Because she has, you can just see it, she has an irreducible confidence in the basic givenness of how she is. But it's that confidence, and this is really, the confidence of the Buddhas. When the Buddha's sitting there smiling, he's sitting under a tree. He said the first good dinner in quite a number of years. He hasn't got very much going for him, but he's sitting there, I'm all right. I'm still wearing rags, but not so bad. He's at home in himself. Just himself, being there with himself, Nobody's saying you're a great guy, not thinking, oh, well, tomorrow I'll do that. Just at home, peaceful. With that as the basis, as the ground of your life, you can go out and do anything. Because, of course, as we move into the world with others, things go wrong. We make mistakes. But if the basis is good, you can forgive yourself your mistakes. But if you think the basis is bad, and that your activity is a constant defensive cover-up and disguise for this basic badness, mistakes become much more frightening. There's a lot more at stake. Because if I screw up on this one, then people realize he didn't just mess up on this one. We can see from the beginning a waste of space. The way these terrible, grammar school exams used to be, and if you get sent to the comprehensive, that's the end of the road. This way of writing off people, it's not just installed in social functions, but it's installed moment by moment in people's social anxieties. Many people are terrified if they have a dinner party or they invite people round because they just feel that they're going to be judged. Of course, many people are unpleasant and they have a sadistic delight in judging others, but that's them. Let them stew in their own juice. If people want to be narrow-minded, bitchy, controlling, they've got to live with that all the time. You only live with it for an evening. So don't worry. They will get their own consequences somewhere else. This is the blessing of karma. You don't need to punish people. It is a self-punishing universe. If we make other people too separate, too real, too powerful, we give them power over our existence. And in that moment, they are separate, big, solid and real. We are separate, small, solid and real. And we become conditioned by them. So rather than it being a dynamic moment in which, if it doesn't work out well, there's a lot to learn, we turn it into a redefinition of ourselves. And we covered some of this territory yesterday, but I think it is just so important to observe for yourself how you position yourself in a way that can make you solid, constrained, diminished, or relaxed, open and responsive. Because only from the inside, in a very subtle way, can you rebalance yourself. It's like learning Alexander technique or something. You can be shown the method, but you yourself have to remember how to position yourself in a way. Or learning Tai Chi. You learn the moves, but you have to inhabit them from the inside. Only you can relax into your own being. Nobody can do it from the outside for you. So part of it is to do an audit, to really observe yourself in the process of you being yourself with others and see how you act to constrain your own being. It doesn't really matter how other people are. Some people have happy lives, some people don't have happy lives. Some people have difficult marriages, some people have got children that are a nightmare. Most people have got some points in their lives that make them feel awful and useless. These are precisely the situations we need to look into with calmness and clarity and an attention to how does this function. The problem with judgment is that it's a quick, easy answer. Judgment tells us it's useless, it's rubbish, it's never going to change, full stop. No need to think anymore. But then you're trapped. What we're concerned with here is a phenomenological attention. That is to say, attending to life as a process of unfolding and seeing how we are positioned vis-à-vis others in an ongoing movement. Because within that, if you have attention to the detail, you can make the necessary micro moves of adjustment. There is a spacious possibility for that. Okay, shall we do this 3-hour practice again and then have a tea break? So this time we do it without visualizing the hour outside. Just straight into the space in front of us and practicing just tolerant acceptance of whatever arises, moving beyond judgment. Okay. Clearly, becoming more familiar with this view of the world takes a bit of time, and there are plenty of books now available on this kind of practice. However, I mean, our main concern is day-to-day life. So maybe we could, in this concluding part, just look more at how we can apply this in our daily lives. Because this kind of practice is not about retreating from the world. It's not a special kind of practice. If you practice Tantra, which I do think is a very good kind of practice to do, but if you practice that, there's quite a lot of paraphernalia involved, and it does require taking up a position of difference from the environment. It's applying a particular frame of reference to our experience, as we looked yesterday morning, in which we would see the world as a divine place and all human beings as like gods and goddesses. That's difficult to maintain because you're having to add something into the process. From the point of view of Dzogchen, the key points again are to relax and to be present. It's not that awareness is I am aware of something, because that creates a dualistic mode. It's very difficult to put into language, but it's almost like just constantly moving to relax into oneself, to be present in and as oneself, as one manifests as part of the world. As we've looked in various ways, our culture, our background, we could say our karma, our own belief systems, keep affirming to us that we are apart from others. And even if we try to break free of this, most of the time other people are affirming us as in our status as a separate human being. But of course, while we are, in a sense, of course, we are separate. If I put food in my mouth, your stomach doesn't get full. That's a givenness. You know, we do have a separate embodiment, and yet, if I'm eating and you're not eating, I would feel embarrassed. Yeah? Isn't it? We want to share food. We want to share food because we are connected as people. We can't just say, well, it's my lunch, and if you're hungry, that's tough shit for you. You know, that way, you know, that's a rather, that's a wee bitty hard. We find that difficult because your existence impacts me. The very fact of you just being in the world is, in a simple way, undeniable for me. That your being impacts and transforms and influences my ability to be myself. And so, key question for us all is, am I entitled to exist? Do I believe that my acceptance by the world, or my freedom to feel okay about myself, is dependent upon the value that I bring into the world? This is a very deep belief for many people in Western Europe. Historically, it was developed very much in the Protestant Revolution, particularly with the idea that one's relationship to God is revealed through one's activity. This is a very dominant view in England for about 100 years. Therefore, you can judge a person by their activity. Your value as a person is displayed by who you are. When I was growing up in Scotland, there were two kinds of poor people. There was the good poor, who were hard-working, and the feckless poor. And what were the feckless entitled to? Nothing. They have brought it upon themselves. Nowadays, with all the changes in social security, that kind of thinking vanishes. But it installs in its place some kind of idiotic notion that there's a basic human rights and entitlement. Just because you exist in a human body, you should get everything for nothing. I don't think that really helps people either, because that's a kind of dogmatic thing from the outside. What we're talking about here is the direct experience of embodiment and the direct experience of other people as they exist together, and experiencing the energetic interchange that goes with that. That your face is for me something irreducible. Your face has to stop me in my tracks. If your face doesn't interrupt me, then I am diminished, and I diminish you. Therefore, when we relax and open and experience that we participate in a world together, it starts to feel very different. Even if other people are locked in their sense of isolation, even if they disown us, we shouldn't disown them. As Jesus says, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. It used to be quite common for parents, particularly fathers, of course, because they're always more stupid, to disown their children. You're a disgrace to this house, get out. It's abominable. It's abominable. How can somebody do that? You don't do what I like. If you cross this margin, this is a deadline, you cross it and you're dead to me. I harden my heart to you, I turn my face from you. Monstrous. Monstrous. We cannot do that, because if we do that, we harm the other and we also harm ourselves. To say, I harden my heart towards you, what could be more appalling? What on earth is the meaning of that? Because, of course, we suffer. A hard heart is a dreadful thing to live with. The heart is soft, it's tender, it's sensitive. But we do have the question, and if I keep my heart open to you and you're getting up my nose, a wee bit of a problem. How do we manage difficult situations? Well, as we've been looking, we manage them by honest, open engagement. Being there with the difficulties. Pretending difficulties don't exist doesn't help. Being obsessed by difficulties and making a huge world out of them, that also doesn't work. It's about seeing things in their proper proportion, in the size they are. If we deal with a problem the size it is, then it's manageable. Very often we generalize about problems, we globalize them, we make them one event into a continuing feature, when it's not, it's simply an event. So on a day-to-day practice, whatever we're doing, we try to just be present and to observe how we get distracted, what sort of thoughts and worries take us away. But of course this is not just a mental activity, it's also about our embodiment. So it's important to keep reviewing how we are in our body. Do we allow our skeleton to perform its function of holding our weight? Do we ask our muscles to do what our skeleton should be doing? That's not helpful. Do we allow our breath to move freely so that we support ourselves? And the breath being part of the body, how it stabilizes and balances the endocrinological system, our metabolic rate. So much of our whole energy is rhythmic. The whole body is nothing but rhythmic pulses. science is showing more and more clearly how the body is this fantastic, complex interweaving of different systems, all of which have to stay in relation and modify each other. And the breath is very central to that, and the breath connects us to the world. So if we're not in our bodies, it's quite difficult to be in the world, because our being in the world is not a mental event, it's an embodied event. In Tibetan system there are many kinds of yoga and so on, but I don't think it's helpful to privilege particular systems. What is most important is what evening class is there available that you can easily get to. If the teacher's not crazy, then it's probably a good thing to do. If you can do some, Qigong or Tai Chi or yoga, the fact that you're doing something thoughtful, intentional, peaceful, non-attacking, with your own body, for your own body, in the presence of others, this is the key thing. Because if you're, say, in a Tai Chi group, you're becoming more aware of your embodiment, and you're also more aware of your embodiment as it's moving with others. And this is very important, because simultaneously you are keeping an open awareness of how the whole group is moving, and a precise felt sense from the inside of how your body is. And that's very helpful, rather than looking from the outside at your own body. Because if you do that, you then don't really feel it from the inside, and you don't really attend to the own group. So you see people at first, they're kind of trying to work it out, and they're not there. But once you start to relax a bit and you feel it from the inside, paradoxically, you're more present on the outside. Does that seem to speak to your experience? Now that is very helpful, because if you can get that experience in a group like that, and then you bring that into your job, whether it's teaching or being a nurse or digging an allotment or shopping, in all of these activities, you are there moving in a world of others. So being present in your own skin, with your awareness without limitations, including everything, brings about a natural harmonization, because you have optimal contact with all the data that you need, all the information coming from the world, and you have optimal connection with your own internal feedback loops. And this world is about the movement of knowledge, information, because what we call information is not entitative things being moved from one place to another. This word data is probably not very helpful, because it always indicates kind of bytes or bits being moved around. Rather, it's about energetic flows, because as soon as we give our attention to something, our energy flows with that. Energy and attention are inseparable. So if our attention is in our embodied presence and out towards the whole environment, our energy is there as well. And when you have an energetic sensitivity, you can pick up whether something's good or not. And you often see that, isn't it? You maybe have a friend and they've met someone new and they're very hopeful and they tell you all about them. And then you meet that person and you think, not so. And you can see that your friend, having fallen in love, is actually in a kind of intrapsychic state. They're in themselves, they're caught up in their fantasies and projections and hopes, and they're not really seeing the person. The person is for them a fantasy, and you, being able to see the person, have a bit more sense of some of the problems to come. And that's very sad, isn't it? Should you break your friend's bubble or leave it to the bastard? Life's dilemmas. And so we know this about ourselves. We know that we get seduced by things, whether it's people or possessions or problems. We get pulled into over-privileging the value of specific events. So if we thought about a kind of a field of experience, when something is very particularly attended to, it comes out of the field into the foreground. It becomes the figure. This is the focus of our attention. And the other phenomena which are presenting, they recede into the background. And that pulsation of foreground, background goes on all the time. If you're driving a car, you're looking in the mirror, you're looking behind, you're looking in front. things are pulsing in and out, and it's by the movement between these spheres that you stay in touch with the evolving field of moving along at some speed. When we get fixated, we tend to make figural something which needs to recede, and we tend to keep in the background things that need to become figural. That's really what happens with attachment. We get a locking into a highlighting of phenomena according to our own dispensation, our own tendency, irrespective of the actual needs of the evolving environment. And when we do that, we lose the plot, because life is what arrives for us. I don't know about Mother Teresa being a saint, but if I was going to give the Pope a bit of advice, I would say Saint John Lennon. Because John Lennon said, this is worth 1,000,000 lifetimes in hell, he said, life is what happens while you're busy making other plans. That is the highest truth. This is what it's all about. Stop worrying, because you can't work it out from somewhere else. Life is here. It's in your face. Life is what you get. And if you're not here, you're not alive. It's just that simple. And all this mental cyberspace stuff that we spend so much time in is simply the theft of our own existence. That is the real demon. If we can stay close to our embodied existence, close to others, where the heart is open, where love is what is moving around between us, not in a sentimental way, but in the way of valuing honesty, connectivity, and the expansion of people's potential. How do we know how people's lives are going to evolve? How can we say how somebody is? The biggest disservice we do to others is to know them, as we started to look yesterday. Because if we know them, we get into a place where we reaffirm to them that they are who we think they are. And if that's who they think they are, you've got a completely locked thing. It doesn't move. It is knowledge in that sense is a violence. And now that is such a bizarre notion in our culture. But I think it is actually true. What we can become, we do not know. And what we will need to become as the culture changes, we don't know either. But so if we can stay close to ourselves and to others, we can see more precisely how people start to manifest themselves. And in that manifestation, stay with the broadest reading of the person's potential. In my clinical work, I often see gay men who, when they tell the story of growing up and having to tell their parents that they were homosexual, it is such a dreadful thing, because the parents so often have no mental space for the possibility that their child is homosexual. And so the child's state, what they experience as the absolute givenness of their being, is experienced by the parent as an attack on their identity as a parent. And the parent then becomes preoccupied, well, if only I'd done this, and I shouldn't have sent you to that boys' camp. And and the child's just saying, I'm really scared. I'm finding I am someone I never thought I would be. And I don't know anything in this world of what should happen. And I'm very unformed. And they're being whacked with all these judgments. People trying to get them back in shape. It is truly abominable. And we can see why the parents do that out of their anxiety, their rigidity, their lack of freedom in themselves, their prejudices, and so on. But what we all need into the world is welcome. And the biggest enemy of welcome is prejudice. Because when we see someone else's face, they're already there. And how can you not welcome somebody when they've arrived? If you say, well, you shouldn't have arrived, go back and pretend you haven't. It's daft. We are as we are. So the key work is looking at our own hearts and seeing, how do I not welcome myself? How do I not welcome others? And in moving from that, how do I not welcome the world? And how do I experience the world in a way that I feel it doesn't welcome me? Because many people act on the world as if it was the enemy. They see the world as something attacking them. I remember as a child, in the summertime, wasps would be coming in and we would have a fly sort, and they say that these are terrible things. What are they doing in the house? As if somehow the house would have little signs outside. Halt, wasp, do not enter. It's not like that. For a wasp, they're just flying around. They go through this little hole and suddenly they're in this demon zone where people are trying to kill them and there's nothing to eat. Terrible. But if we think, it is my house, there shouldn't be ants in it, there shouldn't be any of these things, then we get into spraying. Everywhere these bloody sprays. Doom. Do you have moths? Shh. Doom. Seal their fate. We rent a kill. Yes. Unbelievable. I mean, a company could market itself as rent a kill. Rent a killer. Hi. Where's the enemy? I used to be in the SAS and now I'm with rent a kill. And that's because I'm determining this is my territory and I don't want moths, I don't want fleas, I don't want lice, I don't want any of these creatures of the world in my space. And it's my space because I'm paying a bloody mortgage. I bought it, it's mine. And this is the mentality, isn't it? And of course, it is difficult to know what to do with creatures, but one can also be sensitive. You can pick them up, you can put them out, and throw them over the wall into the neighbour's garden. So there's one of the things I think about Dzogchen is it makes life interesting. Because rather than seeing things in terms of problems to be solved, it's every moment is an invitation to be curious. Curious about, well, how shall I position myself here? You find that you've got a wasp's nest, for example. What will I do with this? Is there any way that I can not feel persecuted by the wasps and also not persecute them? How can, without domination and control, how can we have a coexistence? And what is the price of that coexistence? Usually it is some time and some concern, some thoughtfulness. And with that, we move a little bit. And that when we move, we make space for the other. And then it's not so bad. And we actually learn something about the other. But if we start with an assumption, wasps are very dangerous, we better destroy them before they destroy us. Or Iraqis are very dangerous, we should destroy them. Or Americans are very dangerous. Very difficult. We have to live together. And living together is very difficult. It's not easy. How can we find it interesting to be in the project of living together, of sharing space with people, of collaborating with people, given that seeing the limitations of others is always easier than seeing the limitations of yourself? Isn't it? The mote in the other's eye, the beam in our own, this is just how life is. That's why it's always easier to try and sort other people out. But if we're thinking, as according to the Bodhisattva vow, about mutual benefit, that actually, as much as possible, we're trying always for a win-win situation. Because if you win and I lose, that's unhelpful. It's an imbalance. We both have to win. And that depends on a view of the world which is an infinite view. if you've got what people call now a zero-sum game, if you have a notion of a kind of fixed set of resources, and of course in some ways there are fixed resources, but if you have that as your dominant metaphor, if you think there are only 100 units of something, and that I only have 2 units from this 100, then I have to hang on to my units. Because if I give you 1 of my units, I'll now only have 1. And I don't want to have just 1, because 1 is very close to none. So I'd rather have 2. So if I lost 1, I'd still have 1. So having a bit more always helps. And trying to stop you getting access to mine makes sense. Because if I lose it, I've lost it. This is a vision which says generosity is a mug's game. Because generosity means giving away what you've got, full stop. Whereas if we have a notion of complex interdependence, then if I give to you, even if you can't give back to me, somebody else gives back to me. And the movement, it's because I make a move towards you that the other person sees something in me and they make a move towards me. So rather than saying, well, I'll only give to you if you give to me, and at the end of it we've got, oh yes, well, that's divvied out well, and there's no gain, no loss, it's just, even, that becomes terribly anxious, doesn't it? We then cease to be in a gestural move where, seeing the need there, we do that with the confidence that something will come back to us.
Do we have that confidence? I was only doubting this yesterday.
Yeah.
That, you can practice compassion, or you feel you are doing, but you never see the reward, whatever we want to call it, returning to you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
How do you live with that if you feel that isn't how it really is, because you believe it in Buddhism, but it doesn't actually appear to be happening?
That's right. Well, I'm going to see my accountant tomorrow morning. And the reason I'm going to see my accountant is because of the income tax system. If there was no income tax, I wouldn't have an accountant. My accountant charges me a lot of money. But render unto Caesar. Some things do require the books, balancing, and they have to be done in an explicit way. But the economy of the heart is not the economy of business. And the business metaphor has become so pervasive in our world. We're all so anxious about winning and losing. Of course, financially, you do need to keep your eyes open. That would be silly not to. But the positioning of the heart to believe that if I give out, something will return. Once you lose that hope, once you're counting all that you've got on every level of your being, you've gone into a little prison. You've made a walled room for yourself, and it's terrifying.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Because I've been accused of compassion without wisdom, because I have lost things by doing it. And I said to myself, well, that has always been compassion with no wisdom to balance it.
Mm-hmm.
And the end result is not what you would like to feel.
Right. But I think one of the key things that's stressed in Buddhism is that the first thing is the view and the meditation before the activity. Compassion doesn't mean giving money or giving things or necessarily giving time to other people. It's not primarily about the concrete transactions in the world. It's about the disposition or the position towards ourselves. So if you sit in the morning with a thought, may all beings be happy, may I bring peace and love to all beings that I meet today, and you move out into the world with that possibility. That doesn't mean if a beggar asks you for some money, you give them £10 rather than £1. Because you think, oh, well, if I'm going to be compassionate, I have to give them a lot. It is about an orientation. Because if I give a lot to one person, I don't have to another person. It's about an energetic availability. And then, in terms of precise resources, you have to make some judgment about what that means. I remember in Shantiniketan, when I was living with the Siya Lama, the Lama that some of you here know, there was a woman who had taught in the university and who had become disturbed. She was probably psychotic. And every now and then she would become quite wild. And her family found her very difficult at that time, because Bengali society, educated Bengali society, is very, very, very bourgeois. You know, Madame Bovary would not have done well there at all. Very uptight. And here's this woman out of it. And Rinpoche's Sialama's wife wanted to bring her into the house because she was in a disturbed state and vulnerable. And the Lama said to her, "You bring her in, you look after her. If you have the time and the energy to look after a mad woman in this house where you have 4 children, 3 dogs, and a lot of students, enjoy it. But me, I'm not involved. So you think." And of course she didn't bring her to the house. Because it was a lovely idea, but the reality of bringing somebody who's very disturbed into your house when you're already up to here is nuts. That would be compassion without wisdom. You know, it's not that one has to, again, martyr yourself or sacrifice yourself, because it's about mutual benefit. Both parties need to win. However, on the level of the heart, you know, and yesterday we were looking at these 3 levels of the openness, the potentiality, and then the precise manifestation. The generosity of the heart has to remain infinitely open. That then feeds into contact with all the possibilities of what one could do in the situation. But then, very precisely, one needs to make a very quick decision as to what is reasonable there. And that needs to be an integrated experience. Because if our body acts against our mind, we have consequences. There's no point for the right hand to be signing blank checks and the left hand to be holding a gun because we've gone bankrupt. I give you everything. You know, people live their lives that way. You know, the more we know ourselves, we live with a sense of capacity. Our capacity is undeniable. Some days we can do a lot, and other days we can't. And this again goes back to the question of knowledge. Because if I say, "Oh, Gordon's a nice chap, he's very friendly, he is like this. Gordon, can I do this?" That assumes that he is always going to be friendly. Now, I found him friendly these last 2 days, but presumably some other time he's not so friendly, because most people's moods change. So if you assume that somebody is always available, you act in a way which is blind to impermanence. And impermanence is the most basic of all the Buddhist teachings. Everything changes. We are fundamentally unreliable on the level of our precise manifestation. Because any of us could get a depression, could be in an accident, and in that state, our energy to be available for others would just sink. And then people who had seen us before as friendly, energetic, available would suddenly be surprised. "Oh, what's happened?" Suddenly you realize that person is not available. Why? Because people don't exist. There are no enduring, self-existing people. That is just an illusory concept. There are patterns of energy which arise, independent co-origination, as the balancing of many, many factors. Because of that, because we are field phenomena, the field is changing, we change. We are not the masters of our fate. And therefore, we need to be careful what we promise to people. What the heart promises, the mind needs to know, and the mouth often shouldn't say. You know? Now we're going to go out into Macclesfield, we're going to hire this band, we're going to march up and down. We promise you salvation. We are available 24 hours a day. We are here for your needs. Ba-boom, ba-boom. And then you distribute your addresses and your telephone numbers to the people of Macclesfield. Sounds good, huh? Yeah. So being aware of the nature of your capacity, that it can be limited, that is about the function of your energetic engagement in the world. But that doesn't mean, because I don't want to give everyone my address and invite everyone to eat my food forever. It doesn't mean that I have to close my heart to them. It doesn't mean that I have to see them as dangerous or bad. My heart goes out. We can think, may these people be happy. I wish them well. When you walk down the street, wish them well. When I go to work, I've got these long escalators and there's all these people pouring down. May you be happy. May you be happy. They see, people look at me and they think, what is this guy saying, eh? Just another nutter, huh? But it's quite nice, because I don't know these people and they're anxiously off to their business. And you think, well, why would I not wish you well? I don't know who you are, but good luck anyway.
It's when you smile at people when you pass them in the street, they go, they wonder why you're smiling at them.
Yeah.
But quite often they just smile back.
Yeah. And I think we have to believe in that, the power of maintaining some of that energy. But also, more importantly, on an inner level. Because if we are rejected on the outside, that doesn't matter. We can't be rejected on the inside because this light, this fire, this love can't go out if we stay in touch with it. And I think it's when we slip out of this felt sense of the infinity of our being into being just our precise, defended ego self, and all our possibilities are held just in what we do interactively. If someone rejects us or if someone exploits us, then it's very easy to come to a conclusion and say, well, God, I'm not going to do that again. What's the point of helping other people? You just get ripped off and abused. I'm going to take care of myself. Like, remember in Miss Havisham, where she feels, no man's ever going to do that to me, permanent winter, and she stays stuck in a frame. And that's so awful, isn't it? Nothing ever changes because the moment of her distress seals her fate forever. To go and sit in this lonely room with the wedding feast decked out and the cobwebs all over it, and just nurse her wound, bring up the bile and taste that delicious bitterness. I hate men. You're going to put me off my lunch now. Now, we're almost at our ending time. Clearly, there's a lot more one could unpack in this, but there's a possibility of doing practice together, if you like that. And through the body, through Tai Chi, through Qi Kung, supporting that. Joining a choir, that's a great thing. Singing, nip into a church every now and then, get a few hymns down you. Fantastic, isn't it?
Yes.
Hymns, aren't they gorgeous? Standing up. Fabulous. Hymns are very, very good because you really go out and do a bit of Christmas caroling. Fabulous, because singing, what does singing do? Comes from the diaphragm, all the muscles of the chest, the throat's being opened. You feel your power, the power of your breath, the freedom to express yourself. Most of the time our voices are very muted. We imagine that people are going to judge us when we sing. That's the terrible thing about songs of praise, isn't it? When the microphone goes right in. But it's not a performance for an audience. It is the performativity of ourselves, surrendering into song, surrendering into shared activity with others. Very important. And that's why also in a Buddhist group, when you have time to discuss things, because a lot of Buddhism is structured in terms of teacher-student, and clearly I've been talking a lot this time, setting out these ideas, but your experience is also important. It's not that, as I hopefully have been suggesting, it's not that there's some big structure that you have to fit into. Rather, the approach in Dzogchen is to get some help and a few methods for relaxing back into yourself. And truly, only you can know when you are in yourself, because it has a particular flavour. It can't be judged from the outside. That's why when we walk down the street and we see other people, we can never know who they are. They may well be Buddhas. They may well be enlightened, because it's not demonstrated in behaviour. Okay, shall we do a final 3-hour practice and dedicate the merit? And then in this state of relaxation and openness, we just allow ourselves to be aware of all sentient beings throughout the world, in all the different domains and dimensions, and that be aware of our connection with all beings. And then we imagine coming out from our hearts rays of light, sharing the merit and the good fortune to understand and hear about the Dharma with all beings.